So our chief guest has just arrived. Any moment he will be making his way in. We'll kindly request, as he makes his way in, we all be upstanding and just welcome him with a round of applause. When that happens, I will signal you. Thank you very much.
Support for reform so that the reforms can go on even beyond LoGRI. These relationships make LoGRI the technical partner and advisor of choice for governments through the design. We also very actively seek partnerships. These partnerships could be for learning and also for amplification of impact. We very proactively build these partnerships with donors, regional bodies, intellectual community, aimed at informing and shaping our understanding of reform strategies and amplifying the reform outcomes and impacts. We develop tools and resources to address various needs that we have identified. For example, we do guides, technical guides and IT tools, hopefully supporting the reform-minded governments that we work with. So, this conference. With all that in mind, this conference is really a launching pad to introduce LoGRI to all of you, and indeed globally. Where property taxes are weak, local governments tend to rely on a combination of government transfers and smaller but regressive taxes that fall disproportionately on the lower income groups. LoGRI is therefore focused particularly on supporting government partners to develop effective property tax systems, because around the world, in other climes, property taxes provide the most reliable, fair, and progressive foundations for funding local governments and supporting meaningful decentralization. Therefore, in this conference, we aim to bring together administrators in government, policymakers, applied researchers, experts, around the key issues and challenges of property taxation in order to stimulate discussion, share practical experiences for developing more progressive and equitable property tax systems in lower income countries. We also hope that by bringing everyone together today and tomorrow like this, we will expand our network of researchers and practitioners, etc. in this field. So, please do take the opportunity not just to learn from one another, but also to form meaningful relationships that can underpin the work that we all do together as we go forward.
With government partners in order to build locally rooted, contextualized, and practical knowledge to support reform in Africa and other lower income countries. To this end, we have built a research agenda that has been designed to be tailored to a policy audience, government officials, donors, policymakers, practitioners, experts, to generate practical insights and recommendations on how reform takes place at the level of implementation, to raise unique questions and practical questions that matter to improve property tax reform efforts, and to delve into the interrelationships between technical capacity and political factors that foster reform. Our research agenda addresses 6 big key questions. The first being, what are the key drivers of property tax performance in a given context? And from a comparative perspective, how do property tax systems and requirements for effective revenue mobilization vary across contexts? We are driven by also the interest of learning about the kind of reform and strategies, both technical design and political, that have been successful in increasing equity and revenue. And with the increasing adoption of technology systems, we want to learn more about what have been the successful strategies to foster property tax performance, and what can be sometimes the barriers to successful adoption of those technologies. And it is also now widely acknowledged that property taxation faces strong political resistance in many countries, and that without political support, reform can fail. So our fourth broad question is really to try and understand the broad political forces shaping reform, but also from a citizen's perspective, how can governments build trust, compliance, and public support for reform? And in several countries, property taxation is a shared responsibility between central and local governments. And we understand that intergovernmental cooperation or interinstitutional cooperation is very key to foster property taxation. So we also aim to delve deep into the dynamics of collaboration and how they shape reform possibilities and outcomes. Evidence also shows that property tax is an ideal tax, given its strong link between revenue mobilization and services. And we see that also this falls short in many countries. How then can we aim to understand how can governments ensure to strengthen this link between revenue mobilization and delivery of services, and also strengthen governance through strong accountability, transparency in public expenditure decisions, and also to improve service delivery. Our research agenda is inspired by the design of our conference program, which contains 4 plenary sessions, bringing together experts and government officials who will explore from a high-level policy discussion what are the key challenges that are hindering reform, what are the innovative approaches that government have put in place to improve property taxation, what are the experience with the adoption of IT systems to also improve taxation, and what could be the strategies to build public and political support for reform. As we also have 4 sessions that will enable us to learn more about technical issues related to property taxation, such as property identification and registration, valuation, enforcement, as well as the dynamic of central-local collaboration. In order to address our government partners' needs, we also have designed 3 technical sessions for those who have registered that will look into specific topics, including technical approaches to effective property tax identification and registration, implementing simplified approaches for valuation, and the digitalization of property tax administration. So our ultimate goal in this conference is that it becomes a place enabling all of us to generate a fruitful discussion, drawing on practical experiences and research evidence, with the aim that these discussions and ideas can turn into concrete reform efforts.
Thank you, Colette. So without much further ado, we'd like to go through some quick housekeeping rules before we have the declaration of opening of this conference. All participants should please ensure that they register daily. So if you haven't registered, speak clearly and at a pace that facilitates translation. So please don't talk too fast for our translators. Moderators and speakers should please be succinct so that we're able to keep to time. Lunch and dinner will be served at the Axum Garden, right here in this hotel, Serena Hotel, and tea breaks will be just outside in the foyer. I encourage all participants to please ensure that they keep to time during lunch and tea breaks so that we can return to the designated rooms in good time for the sessions. Please make sure your cell phones are now turned off or on silent to avoid any disruptions during the presentations. Online participants are welcomed to post questions or comments in the chat box, during the presentations, and our online moderators will ensure that those are posed to the physical moderators during the Q&A session. Now, without much further ado, we will take some opening remarks, first from the Acting Commissioner General for
of Kisii County, Honorable Simbarati, Principal Secretary, Intergovernmental Budget and Economic, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
because myself, I'm not a tax collector, that's why you could do better. Your Excellency, the Prime Secretary, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, please be seated. Thank you, Governor Simba Arati. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Director of LoGRI, Moyo Arewa, Program Director, LoGRI, the Commissioner General, and of course my friend, His Excellency Governor Simba Arati, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. To meet public expectations of these services, counties have to mobilize revenues from the residents. Consequently, justification for enhanced county on-source revenue is premised on the need for enabling counties to expand and improve service delivery, county financial autonomy in the fulfillment of devolution, overcoming constraints in external funding, instilling a civic and constitutional duty in residents to pay towards cost of service delivery and well-being, accountability and efficient revenue management for on-source revenue compliance. Ratepayers and consumers of county services will demand better service delivery from on-source revenue collected. Mismanagement of on-source revenue automatically leads to non-compliance in the collection of on-source revenue and poor service delivery. Better remuneration to county staff because of enhanced on-source revenue will result in increased productivity and better service delivery to the residents. This conference that has brought together government administrators, policymakers, applied researchers to share practical experiences and research insights is long overdue. You are invited to also share challenges, opportunities, and strategies in formulating more progressive and equitable property tax systems in low-income countries. This engagement therefore presents opportunities to enhance on-source revenue by county governments in efforts geared towards meeting fiscal deficits. In the current era of constrained resources, we are optimistic that this conference will stimulate practical discussions to inform policy on property taxation in counties and national government. Lastly, as a country, we are happy that this conference promotes conference tourism. I encourage you to use your free time to sample the diverse culture, food, and dance offered by the people of Kenya. Thank you, and I look forward to your resolutions. It is my honor to formally declare this conference officially open. Thank you. Now, let me just make a few remarks. I feel comfortable having a brief engagement here because, as Simba Arati knows, this is a background we have shared within this space. So I'll just highlight one or two issues around this conference and the issues that you're likely to tackle. First, if you were just to go back into medieval times, property ownership was actually the measure for political rights. If you had property, you could sit on the table and make political decisions. At that time, I believe in the medieval times, property owners were keen to show what they owned. It was a measure of their weight in the political arena. Today, it's the converse. Property owners tend to hide what they own. They don't want to show it because it's synonymous with more taxation. Now, that is where this conference comes in very handy. Because what do we do knowing that it is time for people to raise more revenue and not to hide what they own so that they can pay their rightful share of taxes, the land taxes, whether it's rates, stamp duty, or any other of the taxes that the Commissioner General has highlighted here today. So technology becomes critical. The science that goes into identifying land and what is on that land is absolutely essential. So in your conversation, the issue of how to leverage on technology to make this particular space more productive in terms of revenue generation will become very, very critical. The other thing that one needs to harmonize will be the legal framework. How many pieces of legislation revolve around the tax-related matters on land? I don't know, each country has got its own, but you have, here we had the Ratings Act, then there are issues around the land rent, there are issues that, so many pieces of legislation that deal with land. You would have, whether it's the improved site value approach you want to take, or an improved site value, then you have to look at rating for agricultural land, industrial land. If you are in Nairobi, we have seen debates on whether the county government of Nairobi should draw rates from the national park, as an example, the Nairobi National Park. Now, these are very difficult issues to resolve, and I'm sure each country has got its unique, I hear there are 90 representatives from other parts of Kenya. We tried to, even through the Constitution, say that you must have a minimum. What is the minimum ownership that one can have in terms of land? We have never actually been able to actualize that aspect of the Constitution, because we are conflicted. You have areas where you have trust land, you have areas where you have community land, and all these are governed by different pieces of legislation. The question then is, how do you approach it from a revenue perspective? This I will leave to you to find solutions for us as we move forward. Then there's also the question of, how do you make your counties competitive? Taxation is elastic. You get to some place and it will snap. Honorable Simbarati has just given some examples of the tension we are going through and the debate that you're going through. And indeed, the president has now made a statement to say, look, if this housing levy is such a controversial issue because it was pegged at 3%, let us listen to the message that is coming from the people. Why don't we lower it to 1.5%? Because taxation is elastic. So you must manage it so that it doesn't snap. So as you enhance the revenue collection, what we must also figure out is, what would you do as a researcher in this field, or somebody who is supposed to deal with policy here, so that your city, whether it is Nairobi or whether it is Luanda in Angola, or whether it is Addis Ababa, wherever, Cairo, how do you make sure that you are not taxing investors? What should be the quantum? As I conclude, we in Kenya have to strengthen devolution. It's part of our constitution. And we need to get our counties becoming more robust. And we look forward to a situation where one day the governor of Kisii will be the one lending money to the national government of Kenya. And it can be done because in the past, and Simba Arati will bear me out, there's something that went wrong. I don't know what it is. But before we transited to the county governments, we had the Local Government Act, which was governing our entities. And at that time, they were not drawing money from the national government. There was no revenue share. But the same county governments, local governments, were able to pay salaries. Simba Arati is a practitioner in this. In Nairobi, they were able to meet the salary payments for the Nairobi City Council. So what happened when the revenue share mechanism came in? Did we then encourage some measure of laxity? Or what did we do? So these are issues to look at. Capacity building. This is an area that needs to be done very fast. We have also seen that the county governments, most of them have not been rated. Many areas remain untapped. You need to find a way of accelerating the professionals, fast track them to help that to be done, employ technology so that we can then bring in as many ratepayers as we can. As we said, that was the beginning of the politics. In the medieval times, you know it, it was a question of who are the property owners, and they are the ones who then determined the political direction of a nation. Now, there's a reversal. It is not necessarily the property owners who determine the political direction of a nation. It's the general populace that does that. But then we now must have functioning entities to encourage proper service delivery and to make sure that people can earn what is their worth in terms of being able to improve our education, our healthcare, and all the programs that we ought to when we are in public space. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope that the outcome of your conversations will enrich all of us in this area of property taxes and how we can improve that space. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We're very grateful. That was very inspiring indeed. As we know that you have such a busy schedule, we've been told you will not be able to stay for the day, so we'll just take a minute. We all stand while His Excellency takes his exit. Or when you're ready, you're free to leave. So without much further ado, we're going to go into the first session, which is going to focus on property tax and challenges to reforms. It will be moderated by Professor Riel Franzen. Riel is the director of the Africa Tax Institute at the University of Pretoria. And in addition to the many hats that Riel wears as a policy advisor for various entities, including the IMF, the World Bank, And in more than 30 countries in Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, the Middle East, Real occupies the South African Research Chair in Tax Policy and Governance. And he specializes in land and property taxation. So please welcome with me Real Franzen, moderating the first session. Okay, while they're taking their seats, we're going to take a photograph with His Excellency. So while the panel takes their seats, we will just take a photograph with His Excellency. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Over to you, Real.
Okay, after that introduction, I can't wait to hear what I'm going to say. In the interest of time, please accept all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first just thank LoGRI for the invitation, and to everyone from Kenya, it's wonderful to be back in your absolutely wonderful country. So, Abarigani, good morning still, and bonjour. So, the first session is all about property tax and the challenges for reform. And I have my instructions, and there are 3 key issues, and they've been mentioned actually when LoGRI was introduced. The first one is importance of property tax for local government as a resource, as a revenue source. Second issue, main challenges preventing governments from realizing the full potential. We heard a lot about that already. And then I think a very important one is that the reforms must be tailored to specific country, and allow me to say to specific city environments and context. So we will come to the 2 key issues that the 3 speakers we have in this session will address, but allow me just a few words on the property tax. I've been around the block a few times. So I think the first thing is the importance of the property tax. And when you look at data provided by IMF, by OECD and so forth, you may get a skewed perception, because usually the data will reflect property tax in its broader definition of property transfer taxes, financial transaction taxes, and the like. So if you see the likes of 2.3%, 4% of GDP, it includes all of those taxes. And as the LoGRI folks told us this morning, the focus here is definitely on the recurrent property tax, which is usually a local government tax, but not necessarily. There are many African countries and other countries where it's actually a national tax, or a local tax that has been nationalized. So keep that in mind. When we talk about the recurrent property tax, we need to be much more realistic about what can be achieved. And this doesn't only go for low-income countries. It goes for high-income countries. Germany, for example, doesn't realize more than about 0.8% of GDP from the recurrent property tax. Germany has last revalued in Western Germany, former Western Germany, in the 1950s, and in the former Eastern Germany in the 1930s. So they struggle with a valuation issue. But the revenue issue, what do you want to fund with this tax? So the fiscal decentralization framework comes into play. We often focus on the revenue side. We need to also focus on the expenditure side of the budget. Why would citizens pay the property tax if the money is not well spent. In the context of Africa and other developing countries, urbanization is a major issue. We cannot afford not to focus on the property tax. But the political economy and social contracts, these are big issues that will be discussed. Inappropriate tax policy choices that have been made, maybe even in colonial times, and they still persist. Very importantly, who should do what? What functions should be performed at the national level or at the provincial, and what at the local level? I heard that the focus is on recurrent property tax, correctly so, but you cannot discuss the recurrent property tax outside of the context of all other property-related taxes and the overall tax system. You have to take cognizance of property transfer taxes. In 13 of the 27 EU countries, European Union countries, there are more revenue coming from property transfer taxes than from the recurrent property tax. What about ground rent or land rent? What about all of the other property-related taxes? We've heard some of those discussed by the Commissioner for Kenya Revenue Authority. So how important are these others? And in the context of that, what can you do with the recurrent tax? We know about the administrative issues, the capacity and skills to do certain things. The wonderful thing is there are so many wonderful opportunities nowadays with IT. And Kenya and Tanzania pioneers with mobile phone technology to pay taxes and the like. So reforms must be tailored to specific country and city contexts. So appropriate tax bases, appropriate valuation assessment, be careful with tax relief, be careful on how you structure your tax rates, how you do the administration, and I think a really important component, how do we communicate all of these things? How do we communicate as technicians good ideas to politicians? How do the politicians communicate to taxpayers? So I think that's a critical thing. So now I'm going to introduce the three panel members, and I'm going to invite them in the order that I will introduce them. So the first one is Astrid Haas, who is an urban economist and based in Kampala in Uganda. And then the second speaker will be Jean-Claude Mondo, head of the Tax Cadastre project in the Director Generate of Taxation in Cameroon. And then the third speaker you've heard already, His Excellency Governor Paul Simba Arati, the Governor of the Kisii County here in Kenya. So I'm going to ask Astrid to quickly join me here, and she will address the following two questions. And those are also the same questions that Jean-Paul will have to address. Why do we generally see the poor property tax performance in lower income countries? Question one. Question two, what are the key challenges preventing governments from realizing the full potential of the recurrent property tax? And for you, Governor, a slightly different question. What is the situation specifically in your county, the Kisii County, that is preventing you from possibly realizing the full potential of the property tax? So those are your questions for the first round, 5 minutes each. I've been asked to be very strict. I'm not sure if I can be very strict with the governor. I may get expelled from Kenya, and I wouldn't like to be in that position. So over to you, Astrid.
I was just checking my watch to see whether I say good morning or good afternoon, but it is still for 15 minutes. It's good morning, everyone. No, you see, I come from Uganda. If we hear that response, we don't think that people are quite with us yet. So good morning, everyone. Excellent, thank you. So thank you for having me here today. It is an honor to be sharing this panel with distinguished practitioners. I have the easy job where I get to provide the advice. They have the difficult job where they actually have to implement it. So take what I say as a grain of salt, but I speak from working with cities. I'm an urban economist. I work with cities around Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Very different places in the world, and also not places where you would likely generalize. But there are things that we can generalize. And the one thing is, particularly with cities, is that across the globe, and this is my humble opinion, property tax is the tax with the most potential for cities to raise their own source revenue. Ironically, in this part of the world where we are now, which is the fastest urbanizing continent, not only right now, but across history, we're still underperforming on how we raise property tax. And so the big question is why? And some challenges are not different from other parts of the world. I think, Your Excellency, you mentioned that no one likes to pay tax. I think that's a general common thing around the world. And I think particularly with property tax has been called the tax everybody loves to hate because it's a very visible tax, right? And I think that's pretty common. But I think there are some challenges that are very specific, particularly within the African continent, and three of those that I want to address today. The first one is the administrative element, right? How do we administer the property tax? And this is across the property tax cycle. It goes from identification, so the lack of records, the lack of a cadaster, but also importantly, in contexts where a lot of building happens informally, it makes it even more difficult to identify property because you don't often apply for building permits, etc. And all of these challenges extend across the cycle, so billing, collection, etc. And we're going to hear today at this conference about some very innovative reforms that LoGRI and others have implemented successfully. And they're not only innovative, they're locally context specifically and suitable, right? So as much as we can learn from other places, we still need to make sure that they're locally context is suitable. And as Riel just said in his opening remarks, technology plays a big role. But I will also say technology is only as good as the policies and administrations it supports. So I think that's the first challenge. I think, however, more challenging are the political obstacles to property tax reform. And the first one is the very fractured social contract that we face. My colleagues from the KCCA, I love you dearly, but you're going to have to indulge me as a Kampala, and I'm going to have to bring up a Kampala example. Very recently in Kampala, my colleagues from the City Council, who are Capital City Authority, who are also the ones who have to implement, and I only get to advise, they faced a big Twitter campaign, the hashtag Kampala Pothole Exhibition, that decried the state of our roads. Yeah? I see nods, so I think they agree the state of our roads are nothing to write home about. But what was interesting when you looked at the tweets of the Kampala Pothole Exhibition is that they also related to the tax people pay. They said, well, if we're paying this tax, why should our roads be like this? That's the social contract. If we're paying, you should be giving us better services and better infrastructure. And this is exacerbated by the fact that when you have a poor system of administration, if you then decide, okay, I don't want to pay taxes anymore, it's really difficult to find you again to make you start paying taxes again. So it leads to a sort of a downward cycle. So the social contract, the fractured social contract, is my second challenge. And my third and final challenge is that I truly believe, and this may be from my background, but I truly believe that the property tax should be a tax of local benefits. Now, I know in different countries it's administrated in different ways, but I will say the more locally, in my experience, the more locally it's administrated and the more local benefits it provides, the more successful it is. And the acting Commissioner General from the KRA actually mentioned, she said, when it started becoming a county tax, you saw its performance rising because it's a local tax. And so we are now seeing in places that even had it as a local tax, a move away from it being a local tax. In part because central governments are saying, oh, local governments cannot administer property tax properly, and capacity may be some issue, but it's not the only one. I would also pose it, and we can discuss this on the panel, it's because the property tax has a really large revenue potential, and national governments are also struggling with their revenue. And so if you see places where revenue, and cities, which are the general source of revenue for many of our countries, if you see a potential source of revenue, as a national government, you will also want to be able to have a piece of the pie. And so I think this is why we're seeing the retrenchment, but I would caution against this because I think it's a tax with local benefit. So my final word is, I think we've really gone very far in how to address the technical challenges. We have great ideas, we have innovation, we have technology. However, the political economy challenges are the ones that are still more difficult to overcome. And I look forward to discussing these with the actual people who have to work on overcoming these. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Astrid, and thank you for managing your time. I'm just going to invite the other two speakers to please come, and we're going to have a more informal setting, so please join me on the stage, His Excellency, and also Jean-Claude. Jean-Claude, you are going to be the next speaker. You're going to address us in French, so for those who need a translation, of course, you have your headphones with you. So you're addressing the same issues that Astrid is addressing, or addressed. And now we're going to hear from a tax collector, and then we're going to hear from the politician. Over to you.
Thank you, Ria. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Jean-Claude Mondo. Je travaille pour la Direction générale des impôts, le ministère des Finances du Cameroun. Merci Ariel. C'est difficile. Astrid a eu le plateau pour elle toute seule, donc je ne sais pas ce que je vais dire en plus. Mais je retiens une chose de ce que notre illustre, le gouverneur Samba a dit tout à l'heure. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons mal? What are we doing wrong? En réalité, le potentiel réel de l'impôt foncier est énorme au regard de la réalité des immeubles et du foncier dans notre pays tous. Mais au regard de ce que nous collectons, nous nous rendons compte que nous sommes défaillants à un niveau. Et forcément, nous voulons savoir à quel niveau nous sommes défaillants pour ne pas atteindre le plein potentiel de l'impôt foncier. Alors, plusieurs facteurs militent à cette défaillance pour que nous n'atteignions pas le plein potentiel. Je vais ici aborder 3 facteurs essentiels qui nous empêchent d'atteindre le plein potentiel. Le premier sera relatif aux défis et aux facteurs socio-culturels qui sont inhérents à notre société et qui nous empêchent d'atteindre le plein potentiel. Le second sera relatif aux mécanismes de recouvrement que nous mettons en œuvre pour pouvoir collecter dans la réalité l'impôt foncier et atteindre ce plein potentiel. Et enfin, le troisième portera sur les mécanismes de mise à jour de nos méthodes d'administration pour pouvoir atteindre ce plein potentiel. En ce qui concerne les défis, en ce qui concerne les facteurs socio-culturels et l'absence de données foncières, on l'a rappelé tantôt, nous ne devons pas oublier que l'administration de l'impôt foncier dépend énormément de ce que la réalité sociale est particulière dans nos pays. Nous avons une défaillance première du système d'adressage. Comment est-ce que nous adressons ce problème-là quand nous savons, comment est-ce que nous réussissons à établir des registres fonciers, des registres de l'impôt foncier, si jamais nous ne pouvons pas déjà identifier d'abord les propriétés et ensuite les propriétaires, parce que là c'est différent, pouvoir identifier et localiser les propriétés et ensuite les propriétaires. Toujours dans ce registre, est-ce que le système d'évaluation que nous mettons en œuvre est optimal ou est assez simplifié pour nous permettre de l'administrer et d'atteindre le potentiel que nous visons? Et enfin, n'oublions pas, toujours dans le registre des défis sociaux, des facteurs sociaux, nous avons dans la majorité de nos pays choisi de mettre en œuvre un système déclaratif. Alors nous disons, c'est le système déclaratif, les propriétaires sont supposés faire leur déclaration avant de payer l'impôt foncier. Mais le système déclaratif s'accommode-t-il de l'absence de culture fiscale? Si jamais dans nos pays, les propriétaires fonciers, c'est-à-dire quasiment la quasi-totalité de la population, n'a pas de culture fiscale, comment vont-ils mettre en œuvre le système déclaratif et venir spontanément déclarer l'impôt foncier? Voilà les facteurs socio-culturels qui, de mon point de vue, sont un frein à ce que nous puissions atteindre le plein potentiel et donc déjà identifier les propriétés foncières de manière optimale. Le second facteur porte sur les mécanismes de recouvrement, comme je l'ai dit tantôt. Les mécanismes de recouvrement en question, c'est des mécanismes de recouvrement forcés. Comme je l'ai rappelé tantôt, le système déclaratif s'accommode-t-il avec l'absence de culture fiscale? Alors, s'il n'y a pas de culture fiscale, alors il est évident qu'il sera difficile d'atteindre le plein potentiel de manière spontanée. Et donc, il faut mettre en œuvre, après le système déclaratif, les mécanismes de recouvrement forcé. Mais les mécanismes de recouvrement forcé, les méthodes d'administration que nous mettons en œuvre, nous permettent-elles d'atteindre ce plein potentiel-là quand nous savons qu'il est difficile, lorsque ce sont des activités économiques, c'est facile de faire une saisie sur des biens, mais il est quasiment impossible ou même très largement difficile de faire une saisie sur un patrimoine immobilier foncier. Et donc, dans ce sens-là, les mécanismes de recouvrement qui devraient être le corollaire du système déclaratif et de la déclaration spontanée auraient dû être plus adaptés à la réalité qui est la nôtre. Enfin, le troisième point porte sur l'absence des mécanismes de mise à jour. Alors, dans beaucoup de pays, et ce n'est pas spécifique à un pays en particulier, dans beaucoup de pays, on a pensé qu'il était nécessaire d'établir un registre de propriété ou un fichier des propriétaires. Mais on a fait la même erreur que beaucoup de pays ont fait. Beaucoup de pays développés ont fait dans le passé. Nous avons oublié qu'il était nécessaire de mettre à jour ces registres-là de manière permanente et continue. Et donc, on a fait l'effort pour certains cas d'établir dans certaines villes, dans certaines cités, un registre de propriété. Et on s'est dit, on va travailler avec. Ça a été le cas de notre pays, ça a été le cas de beaucoup d'autres pays à côté de nous. Et sauf que 2 ans après, les propriétaires changent et mutent avec les besoins économiques, avec la transmission qui est liée à l'hérédité. Il est nécessaire que les mises à jour soient faites. Les mises à jour portent sur la propriété, mais les mises à jour portent également sur le système d'évaluation. Alors on pourrait rapidement comme cela évoquer plusieurs autres facteurs. Je voudrais peut-être évoquer les liens entre la gestion par le gouvernement central ou alors la gestion par les gouvernements locaux. On peut évoquer un bon nombre de facteurs comme cela, mais ces 3 éléments-là nous empêchent, de notre point de vue, d'atteindre le potentiel optimal de l'impôt foncier. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Governor. Again, I'll just repeat your question. We really want to hear from you. What are your current challenges and issues in your county when it comes to the property tax, the land rates? If you want to, you can sit here.
Thank you. Am I low? Is it clear? Right. Thank you. First, from the onset, I want just to point out on 2 things before even I answer the question that you've just asked. Again, I want to point out that before I shifted from Nairobi to my county in Kisii, I was the area member of parliament of this constituency. This used to be my constituency in Nairobi. Therefore, I served as a member of parliament of this constituency for 10 years. Earlier, you had the Prime Secretary mentioning I was a councillor, again, here in the city. Therefore, many of the challenges, again, we had is challenges that I've seen down in my county. Therefore, I transited from councillor to member of parliament. Again, today I'm a governor. But again, I've found out that there are a number of those challenges. My sister has, spoke of the potholes in Kampala. Okay, we have tried to sort out those as in Kisii, though in Nairobi there are no more potholes. But again, because of the question you did ask, I want to point out that weak enforcement procedure of existing laws is one of the big problem, which is preventing the government from realizing full potential in property tax revenue that we have. Because again, those ones who have been put in enforcement, they have no knowledge, they have not been trained, they don't have skills on how to do it. But more importantly, and again, I'll limit myself into those 5 minutes. I don't want really to, because I've been given 2 minutes already. Lack of political goodwill and leadership from leaders. It has been a big, big issue. Because again, we are transit, the leadership in the counties, you realize is 5 years. If you perform well, you have to be re-elected. Therefore, most of the leaders, again, when they come into the office, what they do is that they want, first of all, to please the voters. Those voters who are the taxpayers. Therefore, you may not want really to push them to the extent that you want them to pay and face the full force of the law. Otherwise, you will miss your second term. The second, when you've got in the office the second term, that's the only time that you can put those more of, like myself, I'm in office for only 9 months. My business right now is to make sure I bamba my people, sing to them, and, they must feel good. So that if I made a mistake of pushing them, I may not see the second term. Therefore, the only thing here is the political, again, goodwill, unless, again, we do it in the first year in the office. Otherwise, the subsequent years, you may not achieve so much. Limited taxpayers' knowledge on their role as taxpayers. And I want to repeat what the Prime Secretary said here, is that people, they're not ready. Most of them, they don't want to disclose what they own. Therefore, that one again is lack of knowledge, what we are supposed to, because out of tax we develop our own governments, as it were. In Kisii, surprisingly, the evaluation roll that I'm using is of 1978. Therefore, you can imagine, over time, since 1978 to date, there is a lot which has changed. It's now that through partnership, and I'm happy that the local government revenue initiative institution now, you are here. I hope that you will come on board, help me in evaluation role. It's an expensive exercise and a spatial plan. I hope that is the discussion we'll be having. Is this an undertaking that I can take? That is it. The second round. You'll be able to give it to Aurora. That's good. Therefore, the evaluation role that I have is of 1978. You expect that there is nothing much that you can realize. And over time, it has become a big issue. Yes, I know that I've exhausted my minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. And now we can go back to the same order. But before I introduce, I just want to come back to something the leadership issue you mentioned, Governor. Some 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, we did a very interesting project in a number of developing countries in major cities, and trying to figure out which cities were successful with the property tax and which were not. And only 4 cities, that's very depressing, we found were pretty successful with the property tax. These 4 cities, Bangalore in India, it was Belo Horizonte in Brazil, it was Bogota in Colombia, and it was Cape Town, South Africa. And what did those 4 cities have in common? They had a wonderful GIS underlying the property tax, and they had strong local political leadership. So I look forward to see what Kisii County will be doing in the future. We're going to move back now to, for the first round of questions, following up questions. So Astrid, to you, you refer to the broken social contract or the fractured social contract. Can you please share maybe some examples of where you've seen an improvement in places where you've been involved recently? 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to pick on my own city again. And I think, credit where credit is due. They've done very well, Kampala, Uganda. They've done very, very well in increasing their property tax revenue. But they did this through a number of campaigns that involved also explaining to citizens why they were paying the property tax. So Your Excellency, you're right. Many taxpayers don't know why they have to pay it. They don't know it's a two-way street. It's when you have rights, you also have responsibilities to pay. And I remember being part of discussions about a Kampala charter, for example, where we looked into how we work to find out through our local councillors what people want. I know that there were also obviously a number of administrative reforms that underpinned this, so street addressing being an excellent one. And street addressing is not only just an administrative form, it also helps with the social contract because it gives people a sense of place. They can name the place they are and they can name the house number they're in. So there are certain reforms that you can do that don't actually fit in certain buckets, but that allow you to connect with your citizen as a city authority, but that also, and communicate with your citizen, but that also at the same time reminds them of their own responsibilities to make the city the place they want to live in.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to move back to Jean-Claude, where you mentioned the declaration system and the self-declaration system, which is in a way flawed, and it's something you find in many of the Francophone countries. And you would find some consultants would actually say that we should go the route of self-declaration, not as a final answer, but as a beginning in a way. But you've referred to 3 issues, 3 key issues, and I think one that I would be very interested in hearing more is the one about database maintenance, the mechanisms, because you've got the issue of property database, you have the valuation assessment issue, and then the taxpayer database. And how do you do all of those things? So over to you.
Merci, Riel. J'ai en effet rappelé que le système de mise à jour devait être assez robuste et important pour pouvoir atteindre le plein potentiel. Mais le point sur lequel j'aimerais vraiment revenir porte surtout sur l'adaptation de nos politiques fiscales aux réalités qui sont les nôtres. Alors, nous avons choisi de taxer les propriétaires fonciers, alors que nous sommes bien conscients qu'il sera assez difficile d'identifier à la fois les propriétés et les propriétaires. Peut-être qu'il faudrait que nous adaptions nos législations aux réalités sociales qui sont les nôtres. Je voudrais prendre un exemple simple. Les systèmes d'évaluation que nous mettons en place s'appuient pour beaucoup de nos pays, soit sur la valeur locative, soit sur la valeur vénale. Alors que nous savons très bien qu'il n'existe aucun marché foncier dans nos pays et il est difficile pour un propriétaire, pour un citoyen, de pouvoir déterminer quelle est la valeur vénale de son bien, quelle est la valeur locative de son bien. Et donc, nous demandons, nous inscrivons dans nos législations des mécanismes ou alors des outils de politique fiscale qui ne nous permettent pas, alors que les capacités de mise en œuvre ne sont pas optimales. Le dernier point sur lequel je voudrais revenir, c'est vraiment cette capacité, ce problème qui est lié à la mise à jour des données. La propriété foncière en Afrique mute très rapidement, que ce soit en ville ou dans les campagnes, mute à cause de la transmission du patrimoine entre des générations, ou alors mute du fait des activités économiques qui s'intensifient dans des villes. Mais sauf que les registres fonciers ou fiscaux ne suivent pas le même rythme de changement que ces mutations-là. Il est important d'avoir à l'esprit, comme le rappelait le gouverneur tout à l'heure, d'avoir à l'esprit que les mutations qui interviennent sont aussi importantes que la recherche même, la constitution même des fichiers de base de l'impôt foncier. C'est ce qu'on pouvait ajouter. Merci.
Thank you very much. It's back to Your Excellency, the Governor. We are going to put you on the spot and ask you to briefly explain the low levels of compliance. So your perspective as the Governor on the taxpayers, why are they not complying when it comes to specifically the property tax, but you may want to say something about the other local taxes and charges as well.
Thank you. Again, I want to repeat myself that yes, with the experience, the little experience I had being the member of parliament here and now where I am at the moment, I'm realizing there is a lack of accurate, clear and varied database of our properties. While I'm sitting there, I've seen the Director of Valuation in Nairobi City County, Dr. Wanyoike. Wanyoike is the person who has worked in my office before. This is Wanyoike. Wanyoike, you're here. This gentleman is a valuer, and he knows what exactly I'm talking about. The problem that we were facing in Nairobi is what I've come to realize that is there in my county again. Lack of accurate, clear, and valid database of our properties. It's not a disease in my county alone. Even in the capital city, I realized it was there. Goodwill from the leadership. Again, this is a big problem, which incorporates corruption. Corruption is the biggest disease we have, both at the county government and national government. You realize that most of the leaders, as leaders, we have had a problem that we don't want. We're the first people to ask people to pay those taxes. But after even paying, now putting into use their money, we pocket that money. This has been the big problem because the goodwill from the leadership, corruption, which has eaten to the core of our values, it's a big issue. Unless, again, we address, we may be singing, we may compose so many songs around the taxes and everything. As long as leaders like us, we're not committed. Even when you're committed, the money that the common citizen pays as tax, it ends up into our pockets. You open so many, routes of that money. That's now the cause of a big problem. People, because one, I paid my taxes, I don't have a road. There is potholes like the ones my sister was talking about. It's not only in Uganda. There could be more problems here. It's something we're endeavoring to see if we can bring it to an end. Corruption is a song. Yesterday I was with the Kenya-UK Health Alliance. They're saying even in the UK there is corruption. not only in Africa actually, is a worldwide disease. But again, there is no angel who will fall from heaven. We must be angels of our own time. We are on stage like leaders for us to fix the current menace that we have found. Therefore, again, Kenya, land grabbing is a big issue. Like it's my case, is the case in my county, is a big issue. Therefore, again, when leaders, they have come to power, you will find a governor like myself. The first thing is to check on which land is available. I have to forge papers, get it. That's a big undoing again to the people, you know, which we need to discuss, it is a discussion that we must bring it. Again, the long outstanding court litigation. In my county, land is small, is very precious. We have so many cases in court on ownership. Again, this one then denies the county from realizing its tax targets. Encroachment of government lands by, again, public churches. The church is not spared here. Church has become also another avenue people use to steal land from the public. That's what I've seen, even in my county. It's the same thing, even in this city. Big, even the schools. Churches get into school compounds. They hive some acres. It's a big issue. These are the challenges that we are facing as counties and as a country at large.
Thank you very much for those insights. Astrid, I'm moving back to you. We've heard also from the Commissioner General from KRA and the partnerships they are building and the education, which is really music to my ears, that they are assisting local government counties. But what do you see as a role for the development partners beyond just supporting administrative and technical reforms in country and also in cities?
Thanks for that question. And I think there are probably also development partners in the room. So the same caveat exists for the government. It's always easy to advise. It's more difficult to have to implement these programs. But I think, I think to date, development partners have been very happy to support technical programs and capacity building programs. They're easily quantifiable. They go in a nice, easy project with a straight timeline, easy for reporting. And that's not a bad thing, right? We need those reforms. But I think the most successful property tax reforms that I have experienced are the ones that really go to the core of reform, that are really context specific. And what does that mean? Well, that means addressing the political economy issues. And this is where development partners tend to shy away. And why do they shy away? Because it tends to require taking risk. Not everything you're going to try the first time is going to work. But that's the nature of experimenting and trying to figure out what is going to work in the context that you work in. And I think particularly with property tax, it's not necessarily what happened, and again, Riel, with audio, there's like a lot of textbooks on this and a lot of good practices. But in the end, what we necessarily see on the ground is usually second or third best, because that's what works in the context that we work in. So I think development partners need to be able to focus a little bit more on the political economy and be a little bit more open to risk if they really want to sort of unlock that reform. The second part I want to draw actually on your opening comments, Riel, is, again, to date, we've had development partners focus a lot on the revenue side, on raising the money. Again, great, we need that. The rate we're urbanizing, the infrastructure and services we need the money, absolutely. But the other side of the revenue equation is the expenditure side. And we see very little focus on capacity building for how you spend, on communicating what you spend, because you may be spending as a city council or city authority, but no one knows you're spending on that. And then your taxpayer is saying, oh, well, you're not doing any work, So we see very little input into the expenditure side. And the expenditure side is important for the social contract, because that's, in the end, what makes people pay. And not only what makes people pay, it's what makes people want to pay. So that colleagues like His Excellency and Mr. Jean-Claude don't actually have to do the enforcement, right? Because enforcement takes a lot of capacity and it's expensive, and politically it costs you in votes. So you don't want to do that. You want them to voluntarily pay, right? So you want them to be seeing what you do. And finally, the expenditures is what the infrastructures and services are. It's what you call pampering the people, right? It's what gets you the votes the next time round. Because that's actually what they want to see, right? They want to see their county growing. So I think as development partners, the first part I would say is take more risk, allow the political economy, or acknowledge the political economy, work with the political economy, figure it out. And if something fails, it fails, but then try again. And the second bit is, let's not just focus on raising the money, let's focus on how the money is spent as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for those insights. Jean-Claude, I'm putting you on the spot yet again. You mentioned the issue of the small formal market and high informality, which is a major issue. And that's where you probably get to the self-declaration issue. And I think part of the problem with informality across many countries, not only in Africa, is the very high property transfer taxes. Now I'm talking to the national ministries of finance, because this is such an easy tax, the property transfer tax, stamp duty. And often these very high taxes would, get people or keep people in the informal market rather than moving into the formal market. So there are other issues as well. So from what I've heard from you, you seem to be, I wouldn't say cynical, but you're not so sure that the current systems and policy choices are really the ones that we should be looking at. So putting you on the spot, what do you think could be an alternative or possible alternatives in this regard?
Merci, Will. Oui, je pense qu'il s'agit moins de remettre en question les systèmes de politique fiscale existants que de s'interroger en réalité sur leur efficacité réelle. Si jamais nous nous posons la question aujourd'hui de ce que nous n'atteignons pas le plein potentiel de l'impôt foncier, peut-être que nous devrions également nous interroger sur la politique fiscale que nous mettons en œuvre pour atteindre ce plein potentiel-là, sur l'adaptation de cette politique fiscale là aux réalités qui sont les nôtres. Donc il s'agit moins d'une remise en question que d'un questionnement. Alors c'est quoi notre réalité? Alors sur le plan social, j'aimerais rappeler que la transmission de la terre est très largement communautaire dans nos pays. C'est récemment que l'individualisme est arrivé et que quelqu'un peut dire aujourd'hui « je suis propriétaire d'une terre ». Sinon, de manière globale, la transmission est d'abord communautaire. Si la transmission est communautaire, doublé à ce que la culture, je l'ai rappelé, nous n'avons pas une culture fiscale développée. Il faut éduquer les populations à développer une culture fiscale. Ça, c'est sur le plan social. Maintenant, sur le plan économique, la plupart des propriétaires, parce qu'en réalité, nous visons les propriétaires fonciers, la plupart des propriétaires se posent principalement la question des questions existentielles. Atteindre des fins de mois, ça c'est important. Par contre, contribuer à être un citoyen fiscal est beaucoup moins important que mettre un repas sur sa table. Et donc, le niveau de développement économique influe forcément sur la capacité des populations ou la capacité des propriétaires à pouvoir contribuer fiscalement à leur impôt foncier. Et donc, il faut tenir compte, je pense qu'il faut tenir compte de la capacité économique de ces propriétaires-là. Maintenant, sur le plan technique, il faut rappeler que lorsque nous mettons des politiques fiscales en place, avons-nous les outils qui sont nécessaires à la mise en œuvre de ces politiques-là. Alors, des instruments d'administration fiscale de l'impôt foncier ne sont pas forcément assortis à la réalité technique que nous avons. On a rappelé l'absence d'intégrité des registres fonciers. On a mis un accent sur le système d'évaluation qui n'est pas forcément adapté parce que les assujettis ne peuvent pas évaluer leur propriété. Et peut-être qu'il faudrait pouvoir mettre en œuvre des techniques qui nous permettent de pouvoir à la fois établir des registres, mais également évaluer des propriétés de telle sorte que ces politiques-là soient adaptées aux réalités sociales, techniques, juridiques de nos pays.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think the session after lunch will start addressing some of your concerns very definitely, because I do think that the IT will be one of those things that will help us. But I think Astrid correctly pointed out that IT can only take you so far after you've put the proper policy and proper laws and so forth in place. Governor, moving back to you, the issue of not honoring the expenditure side of the budget, you brought that up also, Astrid. And I want to re-emphasize that the property tax is a data-hungry tax. That's also your issue, Paul, Jean-Claude. It's a data-hungry tax. You've got to keep working on the whole system continuously. You can't just wait for every valuation roll every 5 years or every 10 years, as it's nowadays in Kenya. But you've got to work at this continuously. So what do you perceive as some of the low-hanging fruits that you can possibly harvest in the context of your county? I know you've not been there a very long time, but you can most likely see how you can start looking at improving on collections. So a few brief comments on that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Dr. Ray, if we embrace technology and digitization, this will be a quick means of getting into realization of our own source revenue. It's important for me to point out. Again, the regular review of the evaluation law, it will help us to live to the expectation of times again. Number three, what I'm looking at is that we must educate the taxpayers. We synthesize them, educate them, for them to realize what is the importance of their own source of revenue and independency that they accrue by paying the taxes which are due again. But more importantly, on this, unless again we slay or we kill the corruption ghost in the leadership, among the leaders again, we must intentionally arrest it, put it in in some crossroad, shoot it, kill it, by all means. That's the only way we can move. We can have everything good, but if we impress by any means the corruption tendencies in our people, therefore we can't move, even if we had to sing as long as the end song that can be sung to our people. Waiver of penalties is an exercise I've seen. It has worked well, like in the city here, it has worked before. For us to be able to realize people, because the burden again, no taxpayer would want to pay what has been there, because it's too huge. Therefore, if indeed the waiving of the penalties and interest of a certain given period, it will encourage people to pay. On compliance, again, the training of those officers who are, and this one, KRA does it very well. If you ask Madam Commissioner here, she's on contract performance, is on every week. I'm told if you don't get to the target, you are either removed or you're sent home. Those are the strict, stringent measures they are put in place. Issuance of legal demand notice, especially when those taxes are due again. I'm thinking of regular review of Finance Act rates to be in tandem with the market value. You must also move with what is the expectation, what's the demands in the market. Especially in my case, because of the issues of the court issues, we must have an alternative dispute resolution instead of. Actually, we should set up those courts, which instead of people moving to court, we can always resolve those disputes before we get into court. Because courts, again, it takes too long for us to get justice from it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the issue of enforcement is, of course, a seriously big problem because they are the issues that the law could be at. But usually if you look at the laws, the measures are there. It may be an issue of education of the tax collectors and how they perform. And it's not always a political will issue. We often use that blanket excuse. I think a big issue is often that, your data is not as good as you want it to be. And you can't go to the municipal court or you can't enforce against a taxpayer if you're not absolutely sure that you can win this case or will win this case. So that is an issue. At this point, you're all worried about lunch because no one has said anything about it. And I know all along that lunch will only be now at 1:10. So we have ample time for questions from the floor where we're going now and also from those who are participating virtually. So at this point, I just really want to thank all three of our panelists. They've done a brilliant job. So it's good to hear from the urban economist who wants to spend the money wisely, from the politician who wants to spend the money wisely, and also from the tax collector who wants to collect and then make sure that the money is spent wisely. So thank you all three for your contributions so far. I think they've said many things that will interest all of you here, and I'm sure there are a couple of questions that will come from the floor. I presume, there will be a roving microphone. So we'll take 2 or 3 questions from the floor. May I ask those who pose the question just to say quickly who they are, where they're from, and then pose the question. Try and not make a very long statement. Be very specific with your question and who you want that question to answer that question. And maybe if it's a really good question, all 3 of them can respond. So can I have a few hands? Questions from the floor? There you go, sir.
So I can go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Mwinga. I'm from Zambia. I represent the Ministry of Local Government. Awkwardly, I sit in 2 different institutions where this issue is being raised. Okay, so I have several questions, but for this purpose, I just want to have an experience from all of us here on how we are dealing with properties owned by government. How does central government contribute to the property taxes in as far as them having those properties within the different counties and cities? So I would love to hear from the panel. But of course, the other questions will come through. I don't know how many questions that we are allowed to ask.
I'm going to take another question, but a very good question while we are waiting for someone else to put up a hand.
Okay, so the other question.
Okay.
The other question, sorry. So the other question is, Zambia is calling on to bring tourism on board, and I heard within the conversation that there are people that are asking whether property taxes should be levied within game reserves or game management areas. And it's the conversation we're having back home in Zambia. It's quite complicated. On the other hand, you want to improve your GDP by promoting tourism. The other side, you also want to provide services to the local authority by them contributing. So I think I want to learn from what others are doing on how they are managing this process. I thought I submitted.
Okay, can I summarize? So your two questions very specifically, you want to know, is government taxed in any other countries represented here? So national government pays the property tax to the local government. Second question is the pressure on, from the tourism sector saying we should be exempt or excluded from the property tax because we want to invite tourists. Do I understand that correctly? And what is the general feeling about that? So I'm just taking one more question from the floor. There is a hand over there. Actually, two hands, but let's just take, okay. Your question, sir?
Oui, merci, bonjour. Moi, je suis Sithiopé Kounetron du Togo, l'administration fiscale. Alors, je me pose une question, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut que les dispositions légales soient favorables à la collecte des impôts fonciers. Mais comment peut-on arriver à avoir l'adhésion de ces décideurs-là, je veux parler des députés, des gouverneurs, étant donné qu'ils sont eux-mêmes de grands propriétaires fonciers et sachant que personne n'aime les impôts? Comment est-ce qu'on peut arriver à les faire adhérer, à choisir des politiques qui les obligeraient eux-mêmes d'abord à donner l'exemple? Je peux? Voilà. À payer leurs impôts pour que les populations puissent suivre. Quel mécanisme mettre en œuvre pour cela? C'est là ma question. Merci.
Thank you for that question. So I think we'll, I know there's another question from the floor, but let's just move to the panel quickly to respond to these three questions. A very interesting question, the last one from our colleague from Togo, is how do we convince those who own land, the well-connected, the politicians, to actually pay the tax? So who wants to start? Astrid, shall I start with you again?
Again, always easiest to start with the person who doesn't face the political backlash on this question. So on the question of how government property is usually treated, in most countries I work in, it's exempt. However, I will say that exemptions are something that should be treated very, very carefully for two reasons. One, exemptions are really difficult to administer in terms of, like, the more exemptions you have, the more complicated it becomes to explain to your tax collectors what they need to collect and why they're not. But secondly, those government properties take local services too. And if the property tax is supposed to be funding local services and you exempt a whole lot of properties that don't have to pay it, then you as a local government will no longer have it. The third thing I will just say, and again, this is from a position of not having to do the implementation, but if you want to get your citizens to pay, it is incredibly important that you as a government put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, and show them that you're paying too. On the tourism question, again, it varies from country to country, but I will say that there is evidence that shows that you're more likely going to get more tourists to your country if you have a good road to your national park and water in your national park than you are if you charge them a little bit more money. And actually a really good example of this is the Seychelles, a little island state. Yeah? The Seychelles actually only allows a certain number of tourists per year, so it's actually super expensive to go to the Seychelles. But they do that so they can maintain their infrastructure and their property in a way that continues to attract the tourists to come there. So I think you got to weigh these two things up, right? You may exempt your tourism sector, but then you don't have any money to invest in your tourism sector, which is going to actually affect your tourists coming to your country. How do you get politicians to pay? Well, you know what? I'm going to pass that one to the politician sitting next to me.
I was going to do exactly that.
I do pay. Just answer that yes, unless we are patriotic. We are patriotic because even those many other countries where citizens, politicians pay taxes because they are patriotic to their countries. And there is good discipline in management of the resources again by themselves. The big problem we have, even when we are not paying, the little that we have, we don't invest within our countries. we invest outside the countries. This had been an undoing for many African, again, countries. But for the governors, for example, in Kenya, governors, MPs, president, deputy president, all these people, unless we are patriotic, again, the fish start rotting from the head. And we're the heads. If we are rotten, the whole society is rotten. Therefore, unless we make deliberate efforts for us to cure the disease of corruption, because from actually denying you not paying the taxes, therefore you start rotting because you think you're not paying. The second thing, how do you steal from another person? Because you're not going to be accountable for every coin you have in your banks. Again, that's for the Togo gentleman who asked that question, and I think that was a good one. Unless we are patriotic to our countries, to our people, save for us as politicians, we are being paid by the taxpayers' money. Again, we have an opportunity. We are up there. There are very poor people who don't even afford meal. They are the people paying us. Unless, again, we come to realize, yes, we're here on stage, we're being called to serve them. At the time, I want to refill here, when we're going around campaigning, you'll find people kneeling even down, begging for the vote. Let us get the vote. You'll see how big the politicians are. And that's what is there. Unless we revert again, we must do something around it. And I hope for the researchers who are here, sooner than later you'll give us an answer on exactly how to deal with that situation. National government is a big problem because they are the first people who don't pay what is owed, especially to the county governments. In taxes, if you ask in Nairobi, you check the defense forces, they owe Nairobi County. When I left Nairobi County, they had 47 billion Kenya shillings, which had not been paid. If it was paid to Nairobi County, I'm sure Nairobi County could be having more money to lend even the national government. But the national government is the same one which doesn't pay. Therefore, it's a conversation again we need to have around to see how the national government can pay what it owes to counties. That one will be able to, to jumpstart development. Thank you.
Merci, Avril. Je vais peut-être commencer par la dernière question sur les politiciens qui doivent, qui payent ou qui ne payent pas. Et peut-être partager l'expérience de certains pays qui ont choisi de publier les listes de ceux qui ne payent pas. Parce qu'au début, on publiait les listes de ceux qui payaient et donc ils avaient choisi, ces pays-là, de publier les registres des propriétaires qui ne payaient pas. Et donc, ça avait causé beaucoup de problèmes, mais ça avait incité beaucoup de politiciens à se mettre à jour de leurs obligations fiscales. Donc, je pense qu'il y a au-delà de la communication qui peut être faite auprès de ces politiciens-là, sur la nécessité même de donner les moyens aux communes, aux collectivités pour la mise en œuvre de leur politique. Il y a la question de l'administration même qui peut être améliorée par ce type de mesures qui pourraient pousser ceux qui ne payent pas à se mettre à jour. Je voudrais peut-être finir par la première question. Les propriétés qui appartiennent à l'État, au gouvernement. Oui, dans beaucoup de pays, ces propriétés sont exemptées d'impôts. Mais il faut quand même faire la différence entre les propriétés qui sont utilisées pour le service public, pas pour l'État. Déjà, je rappelle que ce n'est pas simplement l'État qui est exempté d'impôts dans ces pays-là, mais c'est l'État et tous ses démembrements, c'est-à-dire même les collectivités, les communes et toutes les autres collectivités publiques sont également exemptées pour les propriétés qu'elles possèdent. Bon, maintenant, Alors la question qui se pose, c'est celle de savoir quel est l'usage qui est fait de ces propriétés-là. Est-ce que les propriétés sont utilisées pour le service public ou alors est-ce que ces propriétés sont utilisées à des fins mercantiles? Et donc, lorsque c'est ce cas-là, ce dernier cas, la propriété est utilisée pour produire de la richesse, alors elle doit être taxée. C'est généralement ce qui est adopté par beaucoup de pays. Merci.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think in many countries where government is in principle exempt, the moment they enter into competition with the private sector and so forth, they've used the building commercially, they are taxed and they should be taxed. Just on the side, in my country, South Africa, government is taxed and sometimes very heavily taxed. And some years ago, they're also big defaulters. Some years ago, the city of Cape Town switched off the lights of Parliament to get the ministry responsible for public works to actually pay their property tax bill to the city of Cape Town. And it worked. So I want to invite a question from, we'll be with you now, but maybe one question from our folks who are participating virtually. So can we just ask LoGRI, do you have any of those questions that you are going to pose? Okay. The microphone is on its way. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. So, can you hear me? 1, 2. Okay. So, thank you so much. We do have questions from the online audience. So I'm going to ask 2 questions on behalf of Dr. Biteniwe from Togo. The first one is, and both are addressed to everybody, not to someone specifically. The first question is...
Sorry, can you just speak up? We can't hear you up here on at the front.
Okay. So the 2 questions are asked on behalf of Dr. Biteniwe from Togo, who is following us online. Question number 1 is whether weak mobilization of property tax is linked to colonial legacy. What do you think? Specifically because perhaps citizens have not become familiar culturally with paying taxes in the past. And question number 2 is regards whether and how development aid comes into play in this debate. So whether, or more specifically, whether development aid might divert us from mobilizing local revenues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those. So the issue of whether development aid is actually diverting, and it's so easy to get money that way and not pay the property tax, so it's a disincentive. That's what I got. And then the first question, I think you got the colonial legacy issue, which I think is an important one. Let's just take another question from the floor. There's someone who's been very patient. So just a microphone. Sorry, it was on this side first. Sorry, and we may have time to come back.
Thank you very much. My name is Rose Wanjiro from Center for Economic Governance, a Kenyan civil society organization. Thank you, Governor Arati, for your presentation and candid explanation about the challenges that we're experiencing. And I particularly appreciate that you are calling a spade with regard to corruption, because it's a really big dragon in the country. And I wanted, the first one is a comment. I wanted to maybe encourage you, but also comment and maybe hear from you on how you really want to deal with corruption from your county, because 10 years down the line since devolution, we have seen counties that have differentiated themselves by addressing corruption. We know that we have had successes, and we know that from the perspective of governance, we really were keen to get examples from counties that would actually influence the national government. We expect to have more successes in the counties. So I really hope that you can lead the way in addressing the issue of corruption. The second point is around the valuation bill, the valuation role. And indeed, this is a major challenge. And counties like Kiambu had tried to put this in place and went ahead and actually increased their revenue. We know Kiambu, for instance, moved from 800 million to 1.2 to 2.6 billion by the third year, just because of actually having renewed the evaluation rule. So, but one of the challenges is, of course, ensuring effective participation, engaging all the stakeholders. And so, again, this being a question but also a comment, I really want to hear from you how you will engage more stakeholders and ensure that you actually do it in the first term, even if I know you're afraid about the second term. But let's see some results in your first term. And then the last question is about the exemption. Actually, exemptions a two-edged sword, in the sense that every time counties provide exemptions or exempt people who have not paid on time and release them to pay, they remove the interest. So what happens is that those who have been compliant are discouraged. So I do not know how you suggest that this can be cured, because it's a major challenge as well at the county. Many property taxpayers don't pay on time because they know even if they pay on time, those who didn't pay on time actually get 2 years to wait and use the money for something else, and then they are given an exemption on the interest rate and the penalties. So what is your solution for this? Thank you.
Thank you for those. I think the last issue is a really important issue, because it's just tax relief generally. It's so easy to give away. If you are not quantifying what you're giving away, you may end up in big trouble. I want to move to Jean-Claude first to address the other question from Togo on the colonial issue, and then I'll come back to you as well, because you're also in a country where you're stuck in a way with a colonial system. And when you reformed in 2005, you actually retained the system. So, Jean-Claude, quickly from you, and then from Astrid.
Merci, Réal. Alors, ce qu'il faut dire à propos de l'héritage colonial sur le plan fiscal, en ce qui concerne l'impôt foncier, de l'expérience que nous pouvons partager, par exemple, pour le cas du Cameroun, les contributions existaient bel et bien pendant la période coloniale, mais n'étaient pas liées de manière directe à la possession de la terre, parce que la possession de la terre n'était pas le fait des indigènes, comme on l'appelait dans le passé, mais c'était surtout le fait des colons. La terre appartenait globalement aux colons. Après les indépendances, nous avons l'impôt foncier n'existait quasiment pas. Jusque dans les années 80, 1980, nous n'avions pas d'impôt foncier au Cameroun. L'impôt foncier a été formellement créé en 1986 et dans les années 80. Et donc, pour le début, c'était des contributions forfaitaires que devaient payer les propriétaires fonciers. Et donc, de ce point de vue-là, l'intervention de l'héritage colonial est surtout intervenue après, quand il a fallu mettre en place un système d'impôt foncier totalement qui avait tous les éléments de base de la fiscalité. Et donc, en ce moment-là, on s'est appuyé vraiment sur la législation de l'ancienne colonie qui était la France. Et donc, on s'est rendu compte que le système, la politique fiscale qui a été menée était quasiment une copie de ce qui était fait en France. Et c'est plus tard, dans les années 2000, que des réformes ont été mises en œuvre et des débuts d'adaptation ont été mis en œuvre pour pouvoir adapter la politique fiscale relative à l'impôt foncier aux réalités même de notre pays.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to hand over to Astrid. You're going to deal with that quickly, but also with the issue of donor aid.
Okay, so my answer to the colonial question is yes and no, which is a very unsatisfying answer. So yes, in the sense it's why Jean-Claude's system is different from my system. because it depends essentially whether you were colonized. I know with Cameroon it's a bit complicated, but whether you're a francophone or an anglophone country. And yes, we reformed, and yet we still maintained it. But I would also say that when we did the reforms, we weren't looking at property tax. That being said, another country I work in, which is Egypt, has had the property tax since the Ottoman Empire, their own property tax, and still doesn't know how, and still isn't managing to implement it well, right? So in some ways, I think it's less about, yes, there is a challenge that sometimes the institutional and legal structures are not well adapted for the local context, but I actually think the bigger challenge is actually how you implement and administer it. And in all the cases that we have here, there is some basis in the law for a property tax, and so it's how we actually take that and implement it. So that's my yes and no answer. On the development aid, I do think it's a double-edged sword. I think development aid has made governments, our governments, including my own, I would say, complacent in having to provide services and infrastructure because it is otherwise provided. And that breaks the accountability link, it breaks the social contract. And I think development people, on the provision of development aid has to be very cognizant of that, not to do more harm than good. That being said, I also think development aid has a role to spur that virtuous cycle of property tax. So my city, again, is one where a lot of the budget comes from development partners. But because of that, they can actually start widening the roads and putting in streetlights and whatnot. The question is then how the city takes that and how it's communicated, right? So if it's communicated, oh, the development partner did this, you still have broken the accountability link. But if you communicate it as, this is the city, maybe in conjunction with the development partner, we're starting to provide services. Hey, and now this is going to lead to it can help you break that chicken and egg problem of, oh, we have no services, therefore we don't want to pay tax. But if you pay no tax, you have no services. So I think development aid does have a very specific role, but we have to be very cognizant of the role it has to play, and it still has to be our governments who are, as citizens and as taxpayers and as voters, that accountability link has to be the strongest.
Thank you. Governor, the last word for you before I will close the session.
Yeah, I'm saying that lunch is there. And I wanted just to answer on the questions on how are we prepared to deal with the corruption. Truth be told, corruption is a very, very big animal. It's an animal that if it's not handled properly, it can even swallow the one who is fighting it. And I've seen it. It has started fighting back badly. Again, the institutions which have been put there to deal with this animal of corruption, all of them, most of them, they are compromised. Live about that. They have run all the way. They have surpassed even into the courts. Therefore, my sister, the only thing is that here we must have few strong people, no matter what it takes for us to face them off. And it starts from our units of the county government before even we get to the national government. But again, to the national government, if there is no goodwill in fighting corruption, therefore you realize that those ones, because those ones who still at the county level, their money gets back to some individuals at the national government who holds the instrument of power. That's the challenge. Yes, we run our governments independently, where we are solely in charge. For my case, for those ones in the country, you have seen what we have undertaken. We have to fight it in 3 spheres: vertically, horizontally, all round. But now you realize these the same people come back. They'll start all manner of everything. But we are, we can't look back. If we look back, something might be gaining on us, and we are determined on this. Unless we arrest this menace of corruption, we can't grow as a country. No country, be it Zambia, be it South Africa, be it Togo, we cannot. We must get few, and few must sacrifice for us to grow. Again, on variation role, I want to point out when, at the moment, even we are not realizing so much. We're not realizing so much because we don't have the valuation roll, the updated one. Our target, as you said in the morning, I don't know if it's the Prime Secretary when he spoke. I'm ready to see if, God willing, in another 3-4 years, I could be having enough. I don't need to really. You can ask me, Simba, give me some 2 billion to put somewhere. I'm able to do that because I'm determined to go that direction. From even the smallest unit that we have put in place and it's working, we are seeing improvement in our own source revenue running. Exemption, yes. Exemption, another thing is that you realize, you know, you must balance. You see, if you are going to give the exemption, if you're realizing more, or is the time that there is no exemption? If exemption will realize you more money, you go for it. It's a hard balancing act that we must put in place. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much. So the institutional issues came up, and just a last point on that, because I think that should be discussed in full. During our discussion before the session started, I had a conversation with Jean-Claude, and he mentioned that, for example, the cadastre in Cameroon is within the Ministry of Lands and the cadastre, whereas the property tax database is within the Ministry of Finance, and these ministries or the officials do not necessarily communicate, operate. Being the moderator of this session, I want to thank all three of the speakers, His Excellency, the Governor, Jean-Claude, and also Astrid for your participation, your very insightful thoughts and ideas, the absolute honesty that came with all of this. I think it's a wonderful session to get us going with a session after lunch and then also tomorrow. So thank you very, very much, everyone, for your participation. I wish we could take more questions, but help me thank our panelists. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much. It was brilliant. Excellent. Thank you so much. It was brilliant.
Okay, please give a second round of applause to our speakers and moderator for this interesting session. So we are now moving to lunch. Lunch will be served at Aksum Garden. Meal vouchers are distributed right when you exit the hall, so please ensure to grab your voucher. When you get to the lunch location, please grab a seat so that you can be served the first course. We are resuming at 2:15. That's when the session will start. Second plenary will start. So we'll ask you all to be here by 2:15. Thank you all for that, and see you shortly. Enjoy your lunch.
So, greetings to everyone. I trust you had a wonderful lunch. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this session, to the second session, titled Innovative Approaches to Reform. So today, after the first session dealing with the challenges of property taxes, we have the opportunity now to basically explore topics of various innovative approaches that have been successful in reforming property tax reform. So as we mentioned this morning, the potential is there, but basically is untapped. So fortunately, there's a glimmer of hope. We have some recent reform experiences that have highlighted those innovative approaches that have successfully turned the tide. These approaches have been basically tailored to local context, capacity, and resources. And they basically offer a valuable lesson that we can basically take from. So we will delve into those core issues, and we, a great panel here, will basically share their experiences and insight into this topic. They will help us answer the following questions. For example, what are the critical factors that contribute to successful property tax reform in our countries? What are the challenges that they face, and how do we overcome these challenges? And what are the lessons learned from both successful and failed initiatives, but also how can these initiatives be actually adapted and applied to effectively, effectively to various other contexts. So through the exploration of these questions, we hope then to continue unlocking the vast potential of property tax. Again, to enhance it as a revenue, good revenue source at the local level, enhance financial management and transparency, but ultimately improve the delivery and quality of public services, which are more actually desperately needed in our communities. So I will encourage you all to actively participate and contribute your own thoughts and experiences to this very important conversation. So we hope to get out of this session with practical and implementable ideas that could actually pave the way for a transformative property tax reform that can actually empower our local government. So just quickly, 2 years ago, the then African Property Tax Initiative collaborated with ATAF. And then we produced a policy brief actually highlighting some of the key successful property tax reforms, the principle for a successful property tax reform, again, derived from practical experiences across the continent. So one principle was the importance of decentralizing the administration of property tax. Like His Excellency mentioned this morning, devolution must be strengthened in most of our countries. While we know that granting that autonomy at the local level is absolutely important, in the meantime, if we're not there yet, we can actually encourage collaboration and consultation between local and national government. Another principle was the importance of careful decision-making in actually identifying regarding property identification, because we know is very important for accurate taxation and also facilitate processes. But again, as Professor Rail mentioned this morning, property tax is data hungry. So what do we do while we are gathering the required data? Are there steps that we can do in the meantime? Another one was basically to underscore the need for adequate financial, material, and human resources to transition to a new property tax system. Another one was, of course, what was mentioned this morning, the importance of comprehensive and creative communication strategies, tailored, again, to our local context. Because, again, it's about how do you package the information, how do you package the narrative that you share with the populace. Another final principle for successful property tax reform was, of course, the digitization that can really enhance the efficiency and effectiveness throughout the entire property tax cycle. So these are just a few of those principles that we gathered at that time. And now, today, we are trying to just add more to, again, offer more valuable guidance to our policymakers. A final one was, was discussed again this morning. We said that in order to promote the acceptance of property tax in our countries, especially when political will and compliance culture are often lacking, the key question is, how do we actually sell property tax to the general population? How do we make sure that it's become palatable to our people? So one solution was to basically present the property tax as a benefits charge, right, or as user fee, emphasizing that linkages between what you pay and what you receive, therefore presenting property tax as essential for infrastructure, for education, for healthcare, police protection, roads, waste management at the local level, right? Using it as a tool basically to attract, not only to offer those basic services, but also to attract businesses and investors in our counties and municipalities and communes. So therefore, by doing that, strengthening that accountability, but also the social fiscal contract, right? So basically, those are the pathways towards a successful property tax reform. And again, our panel here will add more to those. So we're happy to have them. So first, just quickly, let me introduce them quickly. So we have Rosetta Wilson from Sierra Leone. She's the Sierra Leone project lead at LoGRI. She's a chartered accountant with more than 20 years experience of senior management in private and public sector, but also including the local government. And she previously advised the mayor of Freetown as a senior financial management advisor and led revenue mobilization within the mayor's delivery unit. Then we have Mr. Robert, sorry, I'm saying that in French. Robert Nwere, who is the Director of Revenue Collection at Kampala City Authority in Uganda. So he joined the Kampala City Authority in 2012 after working at the Uganda Revenue Authority. So he has held many positions since then. He was first the Deputy Director of Revenue Collection and the Deputy Director of Internal Audit. And now, as of March, I believe, he's now the Director of Revenue Collection. So panelists, thank you for being here today and helping us basically address this very important topic. So I will give you 5 minutes each to provide your opening statement based on the following questions. So we know that we've seen in many of our countries, have adopted innovative and novel approaches to strengthen property tax reforms. So from your perspective and practical experience again, what were the most exciting innovations and success stories in strengthening property tax systems in these countries? And why were these so important? But also, if you don't mind telling us, what are those key initial steps and priorities for government seeking reform in property tax system? Again, I mentioned some earlier. We're happy to hear more from you. Madame Rosetta, let's start with you.
All right. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here, especially after we've been having a lot of online meetings for the past few years. So it's good to have an in-person conference here. So I'll answer your first question. I think based on the plenary that we had this morning, the challenges that the city of Freetown faced with its property tax system were not unique. We've heard some of those challenges here. In 2018, with strong political will, the city embarked on an ambitious property tax reform at both policy and administrative levels. It was not without its challenges, but what I view as particularly exciting in the Freetown property tax reform was the implementation of a points-based system, which is a hybrid model that seeks to reflect the particular needs and challenges of low-income countries like Sierra Leone and Freetown. This was different from the mainly area-based valuation methodology that was previously used, which was mainly manual and failed to capture and reflect property characteristics in assessment and valuation. I was equally excited about the level of innovation. We've had quite a lot about that here today, and automation used across all stages of the property tax cycle. From the system that was used, the IT system, from the use of satellite imagery to geomap properties to automated billing, direct payment via banks linked direct to the taxpayer's account, all aimed at improving equity, transparency, and progressivity. There was significant taxpayer outreach, and in an attempt to build trust, improve voluntary compliance, and build buy-in by taxpayers, they set up a year-round appeals and inquiries desk to deal with taxpayers' inquiries and to improve their understanding and acceptance of the new system. To improve voluntary compliance, they implemented participatory budgeting in the form of a digital town hall as a pilot to create the basis for capturing taxpayers' preferences on what development projects should be implemented from a proportion of tax revenues collected. Through a deliberate strategy, as you heard what I said in the beginning, it was not without its challenges, but through a deliberate strategy, we eventually secured central government support and buy-in, which is crucial to the successful implementation of any reform. We had the significance of that this morning as well. And despite administrative challenges and resistance, but with strong political leadership, it meant that implementation was done in the height of COVID. I'm sure you can agree with me that that was no mean feat. It is therefore important to have key reform champions in the different institutions involved that would help to clear implementation bottlenecks. However, even with the major legal and institutional diversity across countries that characterizes property tax systems, having Freetown as an example of a successful reform implementation is very important, as it demonstrates what is achievable, it provides a framework to emulate, and it gives the benefits of implementations for other jurisdictions to measure against. Now, I won't tell you about all of them because of time, but some of the quick wins from Freetown. The property tax roll more than doubled, from about 57,000 to 106 as a result of a citywide property enumeration, which included a tripling of domestic properties. And the new citywide valuation led to a dramatic five-fold improvement in revenue potential and a huge increase in progressivity. The top quintile actually saw a 250% increase, but there was actually reduction in the lowest quintile of about 70%. And revenue collections have actually tripled as a result. And the ability to tailor a system to suit legal, institutional, political, and local contexts of particular jurisdictions. And finally, the ability to replicate the system and serve as a model for other local governments means that we have expanded the reform, which is very exciting for us in Sierra Leone. We've expanded that reform model beyond Freetown to Kenema City, which is in the southeastern part of the country. We're using the Freetown model as an example to design the Kenema reform. It is even more exciting to note that we've completed a diagnostic assessment, and we've nearly completed a pilot, and we're gearing up for full-scale implementation in Kenema. Now, Nara, I don't know if you want me to go into the second question, or we'll just have 5 minutes for this first question.
We pause it there.
Okay, thank you.
We have to leave them wanting, so. Please, Mr. Noere, do you mind also providing your 5 minutes input? So please, by the way, the timer is off here if you can help. Thank you. And if we are too fast in terms of interpretation, please let us know. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor and moderator for this session. Fellow panelists, distinguished participants, good afternoon. The reforms which we have undertaken and which we are proud of at Kampala Capital City Authority in Uganda were informed by some of the challenges that we have already heard from the previous speakers. But I'm just going to go very, very, very briefly through them for purposes of giving a preamble to those reforms that I'm going to share with you in this session. Very quickly, prior to undertaking the reforms that we have done at KCCA, we were relying on very outdated values for property tax administration purposes, incomplete and inaccurate property registers, Our processes of property rates administration were largely manual. Our processes were non-integrated with the relevant government systems, and the quality of taxpayer services was low. Now, this is what informed the so many reforms that we have been undertaking and which we are proud to share with you today. But suffice to note that most of the reforms that we have been undertaking are basically improvements in the administrative efficiencies of property rates administration. And they include basically some of the following. Very quickly, because I'm mindful about the time. I can see Professor. The first one is we have now moved from the manual property rates administration to almost having fully automated property rates administration back home in Kampala. Throughout the property rates administration process, that is right from the identification of properties and registration in the property rates databases up to through collection and the element of reconciliation between what is assessed and what is collected. We have geo-referenced all properties in our register for ease of property identification. We have expanded the property rates revenue base from about 130,000 properties which we had in the register around 2016 to the current about 380,000. So that means that we have increased the base almost threefold from 2016. We have embraced the computer-aided mass valuation approach to property valuation. That has not only helped in reducing the cost of property valuation, but also facilitated more regular property revaluations. We have been integrating our property tax administration system with the building control systems managed by the Directorate of Physical Planning. And this has helped us it has facilitated to timely register and capture newly built properties in the city, which are now captured very readily into the property rates database. Besides physical service of payment demand notices to property clients, we introduced use of mobile phone short messages, SMSs. We now actually use the SMSs to demand for outstanding property rates. But also besides the SMSs, we use emails. And actually these two helped us so much, particularly during the COVID period when the interaction between the property rates clients and us were minimized. That's why we did not feel a very big shock in the property rates revenue. We diversified property tax payment methods to not only allow use of cash, checks, electronic fund transfers, but also use of such payment avenues as mobile money. So we have adopted flexible modes of payment, which has made it easier for our taxpayers, and I think facilitated compliance at a reasonable level. We've introduced vigorous taxpayer sensitization, stroke awareness campaigns using electronic and paper media and workshop, which has helped us in enhancing taxpayer compliance. We formed a special unit to handle the large taxpayers who contribute the bulk of the property tax revenue. This was informed by the 2080 rule. Why don't we focus our limited resources on the cash cows, those people who are contributing most? And this has really helped us to have a better working relationship between us and the large property taxpayers and improved on voluntary compliance. We entered into strategic partnerships with such key partners as Uganda Revenue Authority, because Uganda Revenue Authority administers rental tax, while we administer local property tax, which two are related. And when you share the data, it makes some improvement in the administration of property rates administration. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noire, for this. I'm pretty sure that lots of questions already will arise. Will, your opening statement. Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm not a government official, and we've already heard 2 stories about successful reform. So what I'd like to do instead is share a few thoughts about this idea of innovative strategies, this idea of the search for new solutions to shared problems, and highlight what I think ties together some of the success stories we've heard so far. Often when we hear the word innovation, the word that comes to mind is best practice. When we hear the idea of best practice, sometimes what we first think of is technology, sophisticated technology, right? The best of the best, the most sophisticated way to value new properties, to identify new properties. But I think what we've heard here, what we heard this morning, is that the solutions we often need to property tax challenges are not the best practice. It's not the fanciest system. It's the system that fits the contexts and particular challenges of particular places, right? Systems that are matched to existing processes, to existing capacities, to existing politics, to existing institutions, and therefore which will work in practice today, but also be sustainable over time because they're affordable and because their capacities exist to make them work. And so I think from what we've heard from Rosetta and from Robert, we're hearing about that kind of innovation, right? Innovation that is aimed at building systems that work in context. And I think those kinds of efforts have, in my mind, 5 kinds of characteristics. And this has been really central to the work we've done with the LoGRI program, is thinking about what does successful innovation look like. And so let me highlight, I think, these 5 characteristics. One is trying to reduce capacity needs and costs for implementing these systems. When we hear about a valuation roll that's 45 years old, we know there's a problem of the cost and capacity required to update it. So how can we simplify that system? How can we adopt technology in strategic ways that aren't hugely expensive, but leverage the best contributions of technology to improve existing systems? The second is limiting data needs. Often when we think about property tax reform, the property tax systems that exist in many countries assume that there's access to market data about property values, assume that we have complete land cadasters and registered properties. But in most countries, that data doesn't exist. So how do we build a system that will work effectively with less data, with the data that actually exists in practice? Third is around transparency and objectivity, right? We need to build trust with taxpayers. We've heard this over and over again. The starting point for that is transparency, that taxpayers can understand the system, but also objectivity, a system governed by rules that everyone understands, and which also limit the risks of collusion and corruption in administration, which again, we've heard about already. The fourth is thinking about intergovernmental collaboration, right? We've heard from many of our speakers that property taxes involve complex collaboration between multiple government agencies, revenue agencies, ministries of lands, valuation departments, and between central and local governments. How can systems be designed to simplify that collaboration, to make sure data flows easily, but also that the systems are simple enough to not run into bottlenecks? And finally, perhaps above all, stressing fairness, reciprocity, accountability, ensuring that taxpayers trust that the system treats everyone fairly, that they get things in return, that they have a voice, which makes them willing to pay and willing to lend political support to reform. Because if we don't have those elements, no matter how sophisticated the system, no matter how fancy the system, it's not going to work in practice. And just to circle back to what we've already heard, I think we heard examples of that. We've heard from both speakers about the use of GIS mapping and satellite imagery to quickly identify all the properties in a jurisdiction, to expand the property tax roll, right? Focusing on registering the property, less focus on registering the owner. Registering the owner is hard. Registering the property is easy. Focus there. We've heard about this simplified valuation methodology in Freetown. Again, an offer to say, sending a professional valuer to every property in a city of 3 million is almost impossible logistically. But if you can build a simplified system with simple formulas to arrive at valuation outcomes, much more administratively realistic within the costs and capacities that exist, while also building transparency and trust. And then finally, thinking concretely about that trust-building question. You know, sometimes when we think about trying to persuade taxpayers to pay, the answer is exhort them to pay more, tell them to pay more, put up a sign saying pay your taxes. But that's not what taxpayers are looking for, right? We know what taxpayers want. They want evidence that they can understand how the system works and why they're being asked to pay what they're being asked to pay. They want evidence of the services they're getting in return. And I think through these presentations, through things that will follow, we can hear about specific mechanisms, right? How can we directly link new revenues to specific improvements in services? How can we demonstrate to citizens that systems are transparent and fair? Can we put in place things like participatory budgeting that give citizens a voice in how revenues are spent? All with a view towards building systems that are trusted and that are administrable in context right now where the systems often are too complex, too costly, and lack the trust of taxpayers. So that's what innovation looks like to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Will, for that. Just a quick follow-up question first to you, Mr. Noreri. You were talking about the fact that you, from the 2016 to now, to afterwards, you used a computer-aided valuation approach that had tremendous impact. So what would you say to reformers, potential reformers in this room, about how actually it worked in Uganda, and how basically, did you encounter any challenges, and how did you actually go about it to enlighten those who are looking eagerly to see how it worked in your state? Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, like I had earlier shared. Oh, sorry. Like I had earlier shared, since computer-aided mass valuation is based on valuing just a sample of the properties, relying on key valuation attributes, and then using the sample results to compute values for all the relevant properties, this valuation approach has proved to be far less costly, less time consuming, and it has facilitated us to make more regular property evaluations. This morning, I think I heard from His Excellency the Governor that they are operating a valuation role that dates back to, is it 1970, 1978? Within myself, I said, oh, it must be quite challenging. Currently, for example, our valuation role, which we have been updating, the oldest for the Central Division, was dating to as far back as 2016, and that was our oldest valuation role. And we thought that it was very old. Now, with the adoption of the computer-aided mass valuation approach, we are now in a better position to do more frequent revaluations, and hence relying on more up-to-date values, and hence increasing our capacity to collect more property taxes. But we still face challenges in implementing this approach to property valuation. One of the main challenges that we are facing is that property owners have a feeling that when you value properties individually, then you are more likely to come up with more accurate values. So when they hear that you are just going to simply value a few of the properties and based on that sample to extrapolate, say, no, are those values now realistic? So we have had to do a lot of sensitization to improve on the acceptability of this approach, which we are informing our taxpayers that is more cost-effective and given our resource limitations should be embraced. But also the other is also internal, the staff capacities in terms of implementing, because actually for us, we have been kind of implementing a hybrid of regression analysis-based evaluation and the points-based, kind of a hybrid. Then we have some kind of challenges in the staff skills. And this one, I'm glad that some of our development partners have been helping us. Actually, as we are speaking right now, we are undergoing some very intensive training, which I believe is going to help us in improving on the staff skills. Some of the people actually who have been helping us are actually right here. I can see Mr. Fish. He has been one of those people who have been helping us really to improve our capacities. Priya of IGC, those have been our partners. And I think we are progressively becoming better in implementation of the mass valuation approach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So maybe follow-up question later on. We'll talk about maybe idea of cost and the type of valuers that you use in the process. Madame Rosetta, we mentioned earlier that, it's very important to focus, to pay attention in the entire value, all the steps involved in the cycle of property tax reform. That if there's a weakness in one element of the cycle, then it will affect the others. Is it something that you encounter in Freetown, and how did you basically mitigate that in your context?
So, can you hear me? In designing and defining the property,
maybe closer to.
Okay. In designing and defining the property tax system in Freetown, all stages of the property tax cycle were considered. And I've highlighted some of the gains that we achieved as part of that system. However, revenue collections, as I said, as one of the gains, actually tripled when compared to the baseline. However, when you look at this in terms of the potential revenue that's to be collected, it only represents about 24%. Can't hear me? Okay. Yeah, Paul is here. Okay. So, however, when you look at those revenue collections, as I said, even though they've tripled, they only represent about 24% of the potential, which means the revenue, the arrears, is a massive 76%. Now, think of all the potential services. We've all heard the connection between services and taxpayer compliance. Now, think about it the other way around. What if collections were 76% and arrears were 24%? Think about all the services that could be achieved and taxpayer satisfaction and voluntary compliance that could come for that. I believe this is as a result of two weak links in the Freetown property tax cycle. Now I get on my soapbox. Everybody knows that I do that. I think the first is public education and sensitization. I think it was Will that was saying here, sensitization and public education in relation to property tax is not just about telling taxpayers of their obligations and responsibilities to pay taxes. It's also about telling them what their tax is being and will be spent on. And studies have shown that voluntary compliance increases when taxpayers have adequate information and evidence about the benefits arising from taxation. An effective tax education program can play a critical role in this process, both by easing compliance and by increasing public confidence and trust in the tax system. It is therefore essential for city councils at the most basic level to have effective and fully costed sensitization strategies that cover all key stages along the valuation cycle with multimedia and multi-layered activities that seek to leverage a wide reach. Now, different taxpayers can be accessed by different means of communication. So it's not just one type of communication that fits all. You have to look at your different taxpayer group and tailor your sensitization strategy to ensure that you capture them. The second, and I think that's been said across today since the first plenary, and I think we're going to continue to hear that here. The second for me is enforcement. It has been said that without enforcement, government's revenues are essentially contribution and not taxes, because it's people who feel it's either for one reason or the other want to pay their taxes either from their civic responsibilities or one reason or the other. And it is therefore critical that there's a clear, comprehensive and rules-based and fully costed strategy, because half of the time it's just a much more tactical approach rather than a strategic approach. When the city councils think, oh, we're running out of money, let's go and do collections, rather than thinking about it right through the cycle and putting through strategies involving every interested stakeholder in that process. So if we have this rule-based and fully costed strategy for pursuing enforcement action against non-compliant taxpayers, I think this will increase our compliance levels. And we can see that 24% of collections that we have in the Freetown example definitely increased to about 50%. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rosita, for this clarification. So, Will, you mentioned earlier that we can simplify the process of identification, which can be very data hungry using the GIS data. And then we can also focus on property rather than owners, at least in the short run, while we're getting to the ideal. how will that actually work in practice, and what will be the trade-off that involved that we need to pay attention to? Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Nara. As some people in the room know, this is a topic I really love to talk about. And I think the way to think about this, for me, is we all know that property taxes in the law, almost everywhere, are to be levied on the owner. I think the next step that many administrations historically have taken is to say, if the tax is levied on the owner, then we must first identify the owner before we can tax them. But I'm going to suggest that I think that's a mistake. And there are easier and simpler ways of doing this. There are good reasons, of course, to want to know who the owner of a property is, to formally register a property, to have it in the formal cadastre. That has all kinds of advantages for urban planning. But we also know that in practice, that is often a slow and costly process. We could point to countries, I'm sure there are some here, who have been undergoing processes for years, decades even, of trying to formally register every property in a jurisdiction. And if we create a system in which the ability to tax a property depends on the ability to first formally register a property, the risk we run is that many properties will be outside of the tax net for many, many years, maybe indefinitely. And if you have many properties outside of the tax net because they haven't been formally registered, then you're going to have less revenue. But perhaps even more problematically, you have some people who are paying and some people who aren't. And if some people are paying and some people aren't, there's no trust in that system. No one wants to pay in that system. No one believes in that system. And so I think a challenge facing many countries is how do we find a way towards quickly registering all properties for taxation so that the tax roll is comprehensive. And often I think the only solution to doing that is to move away from the idea that you must first register the property formally and legally before it can be taxed. So what does that look like in practice? I think the fundamental insight here is that you can tax a property without knowing who the owner is. A property is visible, it's immovable, it's sitting right there in front of us. I don't need to know the name of the owner to go and tax that property. What can I do instead? I can go and value the property because I can find it, and then I can deliver a bill to the property that says this is what you owe. And if I don't know the name of the owner, of course, I would like to know the name of the owner, but if I don't know the name of the owner, I can simply write on the address addressed to the owner of this property. And there is a legal requirement that the owner must pay, name or no name. Once they've received that bill, you can then put the responsibility on them to pay. Now you might ask, but if you don't know their name, how can you make them pay? I think we have two lessons. One is in lots of countries, if people get a bill with a picture of their property, with the characteristics of their property, with their address, even if it's not addressed to their name, they'll still pay because they understand that the government knows where their property is. But the second point is, going to Rosetta's point about enforcement, governments can levy penalties on properties, not just on owners, right? You can put a padlock on a property. You can put a notice on a property that says you've not complied. If you want to get very aggressive, you could cut the electricity connection, or you could lock the garage, or you could seize property. But none of those things require knowing who the owner is. They just require knowing where the property is. And I think that's enabling, because it means in the short term, governments can adopt this kind of simplified approach, the kind of innovation I've talked about, which allows them to quickly get all those properties mapped and registered. Start taxing them. And then once you start taxing them, use the data that comes from taxation to build up the formal property register. But instead of being paralyzed by the need to register properties first, get out into the field, use the tools we have to quickly map, and then use that as a platform to build the formal register as well. So I hope that's somewhat convincing as a strategy. Thank you, Nara, for asking.
I can't wait to hear what you guys think about, especially those who are living and breathing that every day. But again, we're just going to go to a quick second round while you're preparing your burning questions, which I know you have. We're going to start again with you, Robert. You were talking about the the public campaign awareness, especially when you use the computer-aided approach, where it's only based on sample, which created that perspective of unfairness. So how did you actually conduct that public awareness to actually bring the populace on board?
Thank you very much, Professor Again.
Interpretation.
My colleagues have really underscored the need for public awareness regarding property rates administration in particular, and probably revenue administration in general. But I will still add on to what has already been shared. Taxpayers need to know their rights and obligations. And this we have to repeat it over and over again. In as far as tax payment is concerned, they need to be told how the taxes that are being collected from them are going to be used or are being used to improve service delivery in the areas of having good pothole-free roads. I know my friend Astrid talked about the aspect of potholes today. It has been a very, 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 very serious matter back home in Kampala, because people have been tasking us that you are coming here to collect property. But then, look at the roads. Even when you are coming, maybe physically, the few times we go out there in the field, said, how did you find the road when you are coming to my premises? It's a big challenge. They need to hear about how we are using the property tax revenue to provide to them well-lit streets, to provide to them proper sanitation in the city, so that they get to appreciate that the taxes that they are paying or are going to pay will be used appropriately. The accountability aspect, and I think I heard you talking about it. Now, what is so unique in our situation? We have actually a full specialized unit in charge of revenue public awareness. And the main emphasis of this unit is actually to make the public aware mainly about property rates administration. The reason being that property rates, in our case, actually almost constitute about 50% of our revenue base, our local revenue base. And there is something magical, I should mention this, because my colleague has been talking about the increment threefold. From 2016 up to today, our property rates revenue has almost also increased threefold. Yes, but like you mentioned, we almost also having the same challenge. While we pride ourselves in having increased the property rates revenue, there is still a lot of potential that we are not exploiting. So, back to public awareness. So, that unit which I've talked about is in charge of conducting routine revenue public awareness sensitizations during such physical meetings like tax clinic, but also on radio and television programs. Maybe what is also so unique about our approach is that of recent, we have brought on board the local political leaders. Wherever we are going to sensitize, we ask that who is the political head there? We should go with you, because our belief, and which we have confirmed, that these taxpayers, these property owners, believe more in their political leaders. And while somehow the political leaders are a little bit jittery, because they believe that associating themselves with us might affect their political support, somehow they are gradually embracing this idea. And it is helping. But also, probably as I finalize, there is the aspect of us having segmented the taxpayers into specific groups so that we target the kind of messages that we give to them. Yeah? So we kind of organize tax clinics. People whom we believe have similar tax public awareness needs are targeted and focused on differently. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for bringing clarification to that question. Moving on to you, Rosetta, you mentioned the fact that administrative buying is absolutely key to actually secure successful property tax reform. How do we actually go about it and securing that, especially in your context of retail?
Thank you, Nara. Thank you, Nara. I think even in this morning, there's a lot of cross between the topics that we're discussing. And we talked about the importance of political buy-in to any successful reform. But it has been established that administrative buy-in is just as critical as political buy-in for the success of any property tax reform. And if this doesn't happen, which we have seen in the case in Freetown. There could be administrative sabotage of the process by deliberately increasing the cost of the reform, refusing to cooperate, resisting improved technologies, non-compliance, and intentionally undermining effective administration. It is therefore important that just as we employ deliberate strategies with securing central government buy-in, that deliberate strategies are in place to cultivate and secure administrative buy-in from the design stage right through to implementation, making them a continuous part of the process. For example, in defining the property characteristics that is needed to be collected, it builds a sense of ownership and accountability. In fact, that's part of what the lesson we learned in Freetown, that's what we're doing in the design stage in Kenema, making them part of that process. Where possible, identify very earlier on a team that would be administering the system and define a strategy to build their capacity during implementation, which will in turn build their confidence and improve their acceptance of the system and the reform in general. So again, that's something that we're considering as we're thinking about the scale up in Kenema, because you don't want to leave capacity building right at the end, because it's just going to prolong the process. It's going to create a lot of bad feeling because people start to think that their jobs are at stake, not understanding that they're part of that process. So I think that's one of the strategies that you ensure. Make sure you take them along with you. They feel a sense of ownership and the fact that it's been identified earlier on. Make them a part of the decision-making process during the reform. For example, granting them membership of the technical committee that provides guidance in the key technical decisions that need to be made during the implementation. Again, from lessons that we've learned in Freetown as we're expanding into Kenema, those are some of the things that we're doing. The core administrative staff and the staff that are actually heading the valuation department are part of that technical committee. And I think if you do that, from early indications anyway, we're seeing commitment and a willingness to be part of that reform, and we're hoping that we continue as we scale up in Kenema. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosetta. So I hope you're preparing your questions, because soon the floor will be yours. So Will, you mentioned that ideally the government should focus on context-specific rather than best practice in terms of reform. So how do we actually get government to embrace that approach? And do we see any disadvantage? I mean, do you see any disadvantage associated with that?
Great. Thanks so much, Nara. I think the first thing to say is I certainly hope that governments are open to doing things differently, because if not, we researchers don't have a job left in this process. But I think we also have to be honest, right? If you want to propose to do something differently, then you have to convince people that it's the right thing to do. And I think you have to do that systematically. Everyone, everywhere in the world, present company included, we get used to doing things a certain way. We're slow to change. And so I think our job as practitioners, as reformers, as researchers, is not just to think about how things might be done differently, but to actually try to systematically build a base of evidence to convince those who might actually change their ways of doing things that it's the right way of going. And it's part of that, I think it's necessary to the end of your question, to acknowledge trade-offs, right? If we talk about a simplified valuation methodology in Freetown or in Uganda, there are trade-offs, right? It might well be that sending an expert valuer to every property is in theory the most accurate way of doing things, but it's also much more costly. So let us be honest about the advantages and drawbacks of different methods and try to weigh them against each other in a serious way to figure out what in fact is the best solution in a particular place. I think our role, particularly as researchers, and what we try to do with our program, is to do that kind of evaluation, to really try to think about those trade-offs and make a case for why it is that we think there's evidence in favor of particular ways of doing things. So let me take this example of simplified valuation, this points-based valuation that Rosetta has described. I think our conviction, my conviction, Rosetta's conviction, is that this is a kind of approach that can offer lower costs, that is verifiable over time, and that is also transparent, and so it can build trust among taxpayers. But governments will be skeptical. So how have we tried to build that case? And I guess in that sense, how can I make my case to this room? I think part of it is making the case that it's low cost and fast. But that means actually comparing. What does it cost to use one methodology, and what does it cost to do it a different way? How much do we gain in terms of speed and lower costs? Our argument is that it's easily verifiable, and therefore it's also resistant to things like collusion and corruption. Again, we can try to demonstrate that. We make the case that a simplified methodology is transparent, that taxpayers can understand it, and if taxpayers understand it, they will trust it. But again, that's an empirical claim. We can see. How do taxpayers respond when they get that bill with a picture and a description of their property and a description of the formula that's used? We've tried to build evidence that shows us that taxpayers confronted with something simpler trust it more and therefore feel more favorable about reform. And we can also try to respond to the concern that simplified methodologies aren't accurate. In fact, I think Robert's already done this job for me, but I'll respond to it anyway, right? He's already described, this concern among taxpayers. If you're using a formula, a simpler methodology, instead of sending an expert valuer, can we trust it, right? And so we have to demonstrate that it can be trusted. And I know in Uganda, they've done this. In other countries, we're trying to do it, to actually do a comparison. Say, what are the results we get when we use expert valuers? What are the results we get when we used a simplified methodology? And I think what we find is two things. One is the simplified methodology is pretty good. That formula works pretty well. It's pretty accurate. But the second thing we discover is professional valuers aren't necessarily perfect either. If you send 50 valuers to value a city of 1 million properties, they'll get exhausted. They'll make mistakes. They might get threatened by a property owner. Or hey, they might make a deal on the side, right? The good valuers are really good. They'll be better than the simple method. But the less good valuers might not be so good. And we've tried to capture data that shows us that when you add it all up, these simplified approaches seem to work really well. At least they worked well in Uganda, they worked well in Freetown, they're working well in other places. But I think across these reform efforts, when we think about our role as researchers, I think that's our role, is to really try to assess the costs and benefits of different approaches, to share that information in order to make it easier for governments to think about what kinds of strategies make the most sense in their particular context. And I know that's part of the information we'll be sharing throughout this conference as well. Thanks, Mara. Back to you.
Thank you very much. It's also important for us researchers as we provide those simplified methodology and we demonstrate that body of evidence, that we also give maybe a path towards moving from simple to maybe a mature system. So I'm pretty sure that we're grateful for our panelists for giving us, for setting the scenes for us and giving us food for thought. So now the floor is yours to basically pose those burning questions that you have. So we're going to start maybe by taking 4 to 5 questions, while we're also inviting those online to basically type their questions. So should we start? Who is brave enough to start for us? I hope the mics are ready. Yes. So we take 5 and we move from there. And please be concise. To the extent possible, identify the person to whom you're asking the questions. Thank you. We need another mic.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I've got two issues that I wanted the panelists to deal with.
Maybe quickly introduce yourself first, briefly.
My name is Paul Moyo. I'm from Zambia. You mentioned, sorry I didn't get the name, from Kampala. You mentioned that they used a sample to value about more than 300,000 properties. But how do you deal with the issue of objections? Because at the data collection, you use a sample, but there's a likelihood that at the implementation, you are likely to have almost everyone in the valuation row objecting to the values, because like in our case in Zambia, there's a requirement that we are coming from the old act where it required that a valuation surveyor, when you are doing valuation for purposes of rating, you must inspect each and every property. So the moment, of course, we have moved from that provisions of the law, we are now using the ICT, we are allowed to use the ICT to capture data, such that you are not required to physically inspect the property. However, because we are coming from that dispensation, the property owners are now raising objection where we use the ICT models. The major objection is that we didn't physically see the surveyor coming to our property, and therefore we feel that the value that has been attached to this property is high. So at the end of the day, you have a situation whereby you have more people objecting, and now for you to resolve those objections, it will still come back, the cost will still come back to what the cost that you were avoiding in the first place. You'll still come back to the same cost because it will cost you resources for you to resolve all those objections.
Let's be brief so that we can invite others.
Yes. Then
The second question?
The second question, I wanted to refer to the issues of registration. The database of the property is very critical because you need to identify ultimately the person is going to pay this tax. Now, if you don't identify from the inception, how are you going to implement this valuation note that you have prepared when you from the inception you are unable to identify the property owner? So if you can't identify the property owner, there will be a challenge at the implementation because you wouldn't know where to take this bill, who is going to eventually pay the property tax. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Second question? In front of... Roberts, are you taking notes?
Good afternoon. I'm Saliu Kamara from Ministry of Finance, Sierra Leone. Two questions for our panelists from Kampala. You spoke about the increase in terms of the properties from 2016 to date by 300%. Very impressive. My question is, what constitutes the property base in Kampala? And what explained the change, the 300% within a very short period of time? Do we have any regulations or laws that change maybe the definition of the base? And secondly, you also spoke about innovative methods for paying property rate. You mentioned mobile money. I want to know whether you have a system that integrates that mobile money payment to the financial management system. Thank you.
Mr. Robert, that's 3 for you. I hope you're taking notes. This table?
Merci beaucoup. C'est M. Kabea de la République démocratique du
Une
Congo.
seconde, il met son casque.
Je m'adresse d'abord aux panélistes de Kampala.
Oui, donnez-lui une seconde pour qu'il mette son casque. Allez-y.
Merci. Ma question est de savoir, est-ce que faudra-t-il que le politique de Kampala paye l'impôt, ou bien la question réside dans la valeur de leurs propriétés? Est-ce que ce qu'ils payent est conforme à la valeur de leur propriété, ou ils payent à titre d'exemple? Parce que chez moi, quand une autorité décide de payer l'impôt, il ne va pas le payer conformément à ses propriétés, mais il va juste payer à titre d'exemple pour prêcher, par exemple. Alors, je m'adresse au Dr Wilson, qui nous a dit que nous pouvons procéder à un enregistrement de propriété sans nécessairement enregistrer le propriétaire. Moi, je pense que ça dépend d'un pays à l'autre. Parce qu'imaginons, prenons l'exemple de chez moi. Vous avez enregistré la propriété. Vous envoyez une imposition pour que la personne paye. Et la personne vous dit que cette imposition ne me concerne pas. Comment vous allez prouver à cette personne, puisque dans la propriété de la personne, il n'y a même pas de numéro? les propriétés ne sont pas numérotées. Ça serait difficile. On va recourir à quelle voie à ce moment-là? Moi, je pense qu'il serait mieux de procéder avec le désenregistrement. Même s'il faut procéder par l'enregistrement des propriétés par satellite, mais au finish, il faut recourir aussi à l'enregistrement ou d'identification du propriétaire. Cela donnera l'assurance à la personne que quand vous l'amenez à une position, il saura qu'effectivement c'est bien lui. Merci.
Vous vous êtes présenté tout à l'heure, vous avez dit le pays où vous venez?
J'ai dit M. Kabea de la République démocratique du Congo.
Merci beaucoup. Other questions? Maybe the last one? Then we'll go to a second round. Please be concise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Musa Mwale from Malawi. I just want to find out from Uganda, how did you deal with the issue of sending invoices before you provide services to that particular community? The chicken and egg, what is that? Is it the service or the tax? Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Please keep them coming, those burning questions. Robert, you have the heaviest job. Can you start?
Thank you very much, participants. I'm so happy. It seems my presentation has really ignited a lot of interest because most of the questions are actually addressed to me. I don't know, I think it was Paul, Zambia? Yes, you talked about the aspect of objections. How are we dealing with the valuation objections, particularly where we have adopted the mass valuation approach? I alluded to this to a certain extent during my presentation, that before we even go into valuing the properties using this approach, the first thing that we have been emphasizing is the aspect of sensitizing members of the public about this valuation approach. Maybe what I did not share with you, and I think which I need to do at this particular time, is that prior to us having adopted the mass valuation approach to valuation, at one time in 2015, we advertised and called for tenders to value our properties in Kampala. The highest bidder offered a price of 11.7 million US dollars. Yes, what I'm telling you is real, which was completely out of our reach, particularly considering how much we were realizing from the properties then as property rates. Today, when we adopted the mass valuation approach, we are actually using internally slightly under 1 million US dollars to do the valuation. Now, this is one of the aspects we have been emphasizing to the taxpayers. Value for money, costs versus benefits, and I think fellow panelists have also been emphasizing. So it's one aspect we have been emphasizing to our property owners. I say, look, do you want us to collect money and spend all of what we have collected simply on valuing? Does it make sense? And to a certain extent, I think people have realized that there is a need. But also beyond that, the law is on our side. Actually, previously, when we were not using the mass valuation approach, we were in conflict with our law. And I think this partly addresses some of the questions that you had asked me. What guides our property rates administration back home in Uganda? The law on which we base to administer property rates, property tax, is called the Local Governments Rating Act. And in that law, it provides for using the mass valuation approach, but which in the past was not being used. So that means in the past actually we were in conflict with the law. So that is also one aspect we have been emphasizing to our property owners. Say, look, previously we were in conflict with the law, but besides, there are these benefits. I believe that has helped us. And as evidence to the fact that probably the sensitization campaigns have been really bearing fruit, the recent valuation which we did, we also had objections, of course, but they were 1.2 5% of all the properties that we handled. So the objections were in relation to only 1.2% of the properties that we had valued. So maybe that is an indicator of the fact that probably our sensitization has been bearing fruit to a certain extent. What constitutes the property base? I think that was one of the aspects which was coming out very clearly. In our case, we are basically basing on two parameters. What we refer to as the rateable value of a property. And rateable value is defined, of course, in our Act, but simply speaking, this is kind of, we are deriving that value from the rent realized or realizable from a property, of course discounted by taking into consideration aspects like maintenance, the costs that are incurred by the owner of the property to maintain a property, and providing for redundancies in renting out, because there are certain times when a property will be vacant. So we discount that gross rateable value by those two factors in order to come to what we call the net rateable value, on which we apply a certain percentage in order to derive how much property rate somebody is supposed to pay. Right now we are having two bands. We are operating two bands of rates. One in relation to owners of properties whose rateable values are above 5 million Uganda shillings. And that one, we use a rate of 6%. And the law actually defines guides on how you should determine the range within which you should determine those rates. But we have the second band to cater for the low income earners to a certain extent, which is in relation to people whose properties have a rateable value below 5 million and below. And that one we apply a band of 4%. I don't know whether that addresses some of the aspects which were coming out. Yes. Then there was the aspect of use of
the chicken
mobile
again.
money. Yes, the system which we are using to administer property rates in Kampala was configured in such a way that it accepts payments that are made using that mode of payment for purposes of flexibility and making it for everybody to pay these property rates and enhance compliance. I hope I've tried to address most of the questions that were posed to me.
Mr. Robert, you didn't address the chicken and egg question.
The aspect of
very
chicken
important. What comes first, invoices or services? How did you deal with it? Or do you need a minute to come back to you?
I can assure you it is really a chicken egg situation. And I think we keep really also joking among us. We say, now, in order for us to improve services, we need money from you, the property owners. But like I already shared, they're also asking us, but surely look at this situation. These roads, a number of streets are not well lit. Then we keep saying, please support us more. Then we will get to that position where we will improve the services to you. It is still a chicken situation.
You get the answer. It's the chicken.
No very definite answer.
Okay. Thank you very much, Robert. Rosetta, when we were doing some studies in some Francophone countries, they were actually in the issue of objection. They actually told us that they were intentionally making mistakes in terms of valuation to force the people to come to them and correct those mistakes because the self-assessment was not working. So they had to find ways to actually bring the people and actually provide a semblance of the correct value. So how did you deal with the issues of objections in Freetown?
Okay. I'm sure you remembered one of the things I was excited about, I said in implementation in Freetown, was that we, as part of the process of trying to build taxpayer trust and improve self-compliance and voluntary compliance, we set up year-round. I don't think it started off as year-round. We thought we were just going to catch us after the bill payments went out, but it ended up now being a year-round inquiries and appeals desk. Because as you, if you remember what I said from one of the Queens, our property database also doubled. So you had taxpayers who were paying taxes for the first time. who never, understood why we were doing certain things. Of course, we'd added on the complexity of a new system to it, so they needed to understand that. And so having that, especially in the first year, we saw a huge amount of people coming in. And I'm going to use this to answer one of the questions about bills not having names in them, what Will touched on earlier, and I think one of the questions that was asked was that we sent out our bills without, in some cases, taxpayer names, and we've just put it as care of the owner. And we actually sent it out, and people actually got these bills, came to the appeals and inquiries desk, and that's when we made the corrections. But at least it got the bills out. We know that they had to pay those bills. So having that inquiries and appeals desk actually helped in embedding the understanding of the system, because we had a number of new features that have been added as part of this simplified valuation that people did not understand. But one of the benefits of that, it created that consistent understanding of the system. So we explained to them, we were able to tell them the different characteristics, why we're charging them for their particular properties. And when there was objection, we had a rules-based policy of what happens. It goes through our, the system that we'd set up. If it was very visible from some of the inquiries that they brought to the appeals desk, and we could make those adjustments there and then, they were made. But if not, and it meant that some of the, for instance, if somebody says, I don't have an air conditioning as one of the characteristics that you say, and if we look at the picture and you can see there is no air conditioner, or we cannot see it, then we will mark it down and send a field officer into the field to verify it. Now, I know one of the questions was about the increased cost, but I think it's worth it. It's worth it because as part of the process, we're cleaning the database as well, and some of the inconsistencies that are picked up during mass valuation are corrected. And I think we've kept the year-round appeals and inquiries desk and the Freetown model, and that's working very well. So I hope
Thank
that
you
answers
very
your
much,
question.
Rosita, to add to that question from DRC. So Will, you got the two questions, including, well, maybe also the two of you, he asked the questions about how do we ensure that, do the politicians actually pay the actual value of the property based on the value of their property, or are they just pretend to pay just to show an example to encourage others why they are not paying? So just maybe think about that question while Will is addressing some of the other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the question of, I guess my controversial comments here about, tax the property, even if you don't know who the owner is. I won't repeat everything I've said before, and in fact, Rosetta's already made part of the pitch. But let me respond to some specific parts of what was asked. I think the first question actually was, how do you know where to take the bill if you don't know who the owner is? I think the answer is you take it to the property. And once it gets to the property, you tell the person in the property, this needs to go to the owner. But this needs to be backed by the law, right? So for this to really work, you need a law that says, if you are a property owner, you are required to pay. If you don't get a bill, you should come to the council to get your bill. So then they can't pretend they didn't get the bill because it went to someone else. Right? It's your responsibility as an owner that you must pay. So the council will make its best effort to take you a bill. But we try to close that loophole where you say, well, I personally did not receive the bill. It came to your property. And ideally, and they've done this in Freetown, they had an application, so when you deliver the bill, you take a picture of the property in the bill. Just an added layer of proof that the bill was delivered to the property. We had this second question, I think, from John Cabea. Well, what if the person tells you, this isn't my property? This bill isn't really for me. And I think that comes back to some of the things that have been described by Robert and Rosetta about the valuation process. If you bring a bill to someone's property and it doesn't just say how much you owe, but there's a picture of the property, and there's a description of the characteristics of the property, and there's a geolocation of where the property is, they can't really claim it's not their property because you have all the proof that it's their property. And better still, the valuation is based on the things you can observe externally of the property. So it makes it difficult for them to contest. And in some ways, these simplifications are all interconnected. The last thing about who should pay and will they pay, again, it's important to stress, this isn't the perfect option, right? If you could have every owner's information It's better to have their information. It will certainly make it easier to make them pay. But it's about sequence, right? If you can get a bill to a property and they don't pay, then you can raise a penalty on the property. And you hope that that will bring them to the office. And when they come to the office to pay their penalty, you can record their name. And now you have their name for next time. And so it's a process of building up that formal information over time, but not being frozen in place because you don't have the names. And so trying to work pragmatically to advance progress. I'll leave it at that.
I hope he addressed your questions. Another round, so maybe also we take some questions online in the meantime, but we have a question here. Mike, please. Any other question?
Okay.
Any questions any question online as well, so please be ready. Yeah, please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, c'est Damas Ronsono. Je suis du Bénin. J'ai une question pour notre panéliste du Kampala, je crois. Il dit que au Kampala, ils ont mis en place une méthode d'évaluation simplifiée pour les propriétés foncières. Je sais que le moment n'est pas propice.
Monsieur Damas, attendez une seconde pour que le panéliste mette son casque. Allez-y.
D'accord. Je disais que j'ai une... c'est pas une question, hein, bon, je vais dire une doléance pour le panéliste de Kampala qui parlait d'une méthode d'évaluation simplifiée des propriétés foncières. Je sais que le moment n'est pas propice pour aller en détail, pour qu'il puisse nous expliquer comment ça fonctionne. Mais je voudrais demander si c'est possible qu'il puisse nous partager avec nous une petite documentation qui explique comment ça a été implémenté. Parce qu'au Bénin, nous sommes en train d'envisager une réforme pareille. Et je serais très heureux d'apprendre sur le cas de l'Ouganda. L'autre chose, je ne sais pas si c'est un problème d'interprétation ou de translation, mais je suis sûr qu'à mon niveau, je n'ai pas très bien compris. Lorsque le panéliste de Kampala parle d'approche basée sur ordinateur, je n'ai pas très bien compris comment ça s'applique. Est-ce que c'est une application que les gens utilisent pour faire les enregistrements ou pour... je n'ai pas compris. Ce que j'ai entendu, j'entends simplement, on a utilisé une approche basée sur ordinateur. C'est sûrement un problème de translation. Donc si Dr Nara, qui comprend aussi bien l'anglais que le français, peut nous réexpliquer cela, ça me ferait plaisir. Toujours, le panéliste de Kampala parlait d'une unité spéciale qui gère les grands contribuables en matière foncière. Je crois que c'est bien ça. Je voudrais savoir comment ça fonctionne. Est-ce que cette unité est représentative de tout le territoire national ou bien c'est simplement, ça s'occupe simplement de la ville Kampala? Je veux vraiment comprendre comment ça fonctionne. Maintenant, une dernière préoccupation pour Dr Wilson. Peut-être que je n'ai pas très bien compris aussi, mais j'ai cru entendre que Dr Wilson disait que pour les réformes en matière de fiscalité foncière, qu'il ne faut pas se baser sur les bonnes pratiques, qu'il faut se baser plutôt sur le contexte. Je n'ai pas très bien compris. Je n'ai pas très bien compris. En principe, s'il y a un pays qui a opéré une réforme, qui a réussi, et qu'on peut considérer ça comme une bonne pratique, je crois qu'un autre pays peut prendre ça comme un exemple pour implémenter cette réforme-là. Mais quand lui, il parle, il dit de ne pas considérer les bonnes pratiques, mais surtout baser sur le contexte, j'aimerais qu'il nous réexplique un peu cela. Merci beaucoup.
Sorry, Mr. Robert. Should we
Can I talk just about myself?
What shall we do? Vazva patumbuka pamorere pasina raramo. Yeah, Tony, what shall we do? What shall we do? Oh, Tony, what shall we do? What shall we do? Yeah, Tony, what shall we do? What shall we do? What shall we do?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me, people? All right, thank you. I need a strong yes. Can you hear me? All right, thank you so much. This is okay, welcome to this session. My name is Lake Kabanga, and I think I'll be taking you through this session. So, first of all, I need to call my presenters to the front. Ramini, please. Evan, please. Honorable Jim is already here. Once again, welcome to this session. We will have, I think, 3 presentations, and then after that, we'll have some questions and answers. So what will happen is that we'll go through the 3 presentations, and then we'll be calling for questions, about 5 or 6, and then we'll be taking them to whoever is supposed to address the questions. So the session is about challenges and strategies for effective property identification. And as I said, I'm the one to take you through this, and my name is Lake Kabanga. Lake Kabanga is from Malawi.
I'm with Nzuzu University in Malawi, Northern Malawi. And please feel free in this session. I hope it will be interactive. Before we go into the issues of identification, there are a few issues to do with housekeeping. So each speaker will have about 15 minutes for the presenters to do their presentations. And then we need to be so strict with time. Presenters, make sure that you present within 15 minutes. And then kindly, you are requested to speak at a good speed so that issues of interpretation from, let's say, English to French, French to English are also given enough time. Apart from that, for the participants, please be brief. If you have a question, instead of going round, just go straight to the point. If you need to give an example, again, make sure that your example is in a brief form so that we are able to have a lot of questions within the time that we have. If again applicable, please clearly indicate to whom you are directing your questions. Of the three, then it will be much easier. Again, please make sure that your cell phones are either off or on silent. With those, I think, housekeeping rules, let's move forward. As I said, we have three presenters here. To my far left, we have Honorable Minister Jim Mukenge. Please, Jim Mukenge. He's from the DRC, Kasai Central. You can sit down. I'll give a brief bio when his time for presentation comes up. Second, I have Lamini. Lamini is the Deputy Director of Services and Head of GIS in Kanifing Municipal Council, the Gambia. And lastly, we have Evan here, who is the technical lead for LoGRI. So apart from the presentations, as we said, we'll have questions and answer sessions. Thereafter, we'll have to conclude our session. Now, let's go back to property identification. What is it about property identification? I think from the presentation of plenary sessions we had this morning to the mid-afternoon, we see that property identification forms the backbone of property taxation or property tax administration wherever we are. And from the challenges I think that we have had, we see that this is really a very important aspect of property taxation. So it also enables estimation of property tax revenue. How much can we collect from the properties that are there? And again, we need to understand that in most low-income countries, the tax revenue is only collected from a small proportion. At most, only about 30%. Otherwise, you find that it's only 10, 15, 20%, or even less that are paying taxes from their properties. Again, property taxation as a backbone. How do we identify those properties that form the backbone, our property database? There are processes that are involved. One of them is discovery. Discovery is simply going out there and identifying the properties that are not already in the property database. Again, you can do this by using a map. If you have a map, you can identify which properties are there or are not there. Apart from discovering, apart from identifying the properties, you also need to measure the properties. And this is very critical when it comes to estimating the value of the property. In other words, when it comes to valuation. Property identification methodologies or techniques, we have manual identification. I think the presenters or the panelists in the previous sessions, we have heard that they have been using manual systems, and that's one of them. It's still in use, I think, in many countries. Apart from that, if we come to technology, we can use satellite imagery supported by ground truthing. Ground truthing is simply if you identify a property on the map, you need to go on the ground and make sure, verify that it's there and see what aspects it has. And finally, you can use drones. Nowadays, this is, I think, something that is becoming more popular. Now, what are the challenges? In low-income countries, effective property identification and registration fails because of some of these. For example, we have poorly capacitated tax authorities. I think we have seen here that in terms of resources to do the whole property identification process, it's a challenge. Why? Either you don't have fully trained personnel, you don't have the gadgets to do that, you don't have the cars, you don't have the money, so it becomes a little bit challenging. Again, political resistance to reform and developing a comprehensive property mapping system. All those require some kind of financial resources. Again, reliance on formal registration, which is expensive. You need to register each and every property. To do that, it requires a lot of resources. I think it has been touched upon in the previous presentation. Apart from that, poor property data sharing between land authorities and tax authorities, again, that has been talked about. Like the Uganda presentation, panelists talked about that there is need for cooperation, coordination. These challenges bear incomplete property lists and irregular property record updates. Essentially, what this leads to is that there is tax unfairness. To those that are in the list, they are paying, but those that are not there, they are not paying, and hence undermine citizens' trust in the tax system. Now, after the presentations by the three presenters, we need to answer some questions. So as they are presenting, we need also to think of these questions. So our key questions for this session are, one, how can technical capacities of government be strengthened to make property identification more effective? Secondly, should governments first complete a formal cadastre and then raise taxes, or can property identification be simplified? Which means we can employ other techniques. And again, how can governments simplify and register properties effectively to avoid delays and additional complexities? With those comments, I would say it's time now to move to the presenters. So, as I said, we'll start with Jim Mukenge, the Provincial Minister of Finance in Kasai Central. So just a moment as I take his bio. So, yes, Jim Mukenge was born in Kananga, DRC, way back in the 1950s. In terms of education, he has university education. He's been trained in the Belgium and then in the USA, North Carolina Appalachian State University, where he received a bachelor's in business management. He returned to the DRC working in business farming until being elected a provincial deputy and more recently becoming the finance minister of the province of Kasai Central. According to Jim, his claim to fame is being the son of the first black governor after Congo obtained independence. I think that's it. So, Jim, it's your time to do the presentation. Thank you.
Check. Thank you. I hope the presentation is going to be a good one. There is a good sign since our moderator name is Lucky. So we are very fortunate to be with him. Okay, before I say something, this is the first time for me in Nairobi. This is the first time for me assisting at the conference. I'm sorry? Oh, thank you. Asante sana. And I would like to say thank before I forget to all the people who have helped us come here. We are two from DRC. We have the politician here and we have the technician sitting at the table. And this is a tag team approach we're going to have because somebody put me on the spot. I was supposed to be sitting with you and listening, and somebody decided to have fun with me and have me sit here and talk about taxes. I would like to, how these things work. Okay. Okay, I am from Kananga. How many people know where is Kananga? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, some of them have been in Kananga, so they're cheating. Kananga is in the center of DRC. DRC in the center of Africa. Africa, the center of the world. That means Kananga is the center of the world. It's a nice place. I would like everybody to come and visit, and we'll be happy to welcome them. We'll have a red carpet welcoming. I'll say a few things about Kananga. It's a small town, small city, because it's bigger than a town, about 1,600,000 people. We are the capital of the Kasai Central. The Kasai Central, that's the province. In Congo, we have 26 provinces. I heard earlier my colleague from Kampala, I think he is a national financial minister. I am a provincial financial minister. The history of Kananga doesn't really matter, but I wanted to say a few words. You have the nicest people. You have the nicest looking. Sorry, you took a guess. And soon we're going to have elections, so everybody is kind of under the pressure of running for election. And you know that, like the governor who was here earlier, elected officials tend to baby their electoral basis. So that's something also that's going to happen in Congo in 6-7 months. We have elections from the president to the lower electorate, like mayors and things like that. History of property identification in Kananga. You know that we were colonized for long years. And the Belgians were controlling everything. Actually, Kananga is very particular because it was actually funded by Germans who came in first and discovered the area. And since Leopold, that you know, the big king of Belgium, and after some positioning, signed and became the owner of DRC, Congo, Belgian Congo in those times. So you know that it was a very hard time for Congolese in the colonial power. So the only thing the colonial had in mind was to profit from the country. So when they had Kananga built in 1950s, only the downtown was mapped, and only those quarters, special quarters, were under some code, under some organized taxing. Okay. Like I say, I'm a first-timer, pushing buttons and everything, so you bear with me. History of property identification in Kananga. The property identification in Kananga started really, because I wanted to put that in the text, I'm going off a little bit for the translators. We had a gentleman by the name of Bakajika in 1966 who had a really revolution type of thought, because we became independent in 1960, but 5 years later we were not independent because everything was owned by foreign powers, foreign countries. So this gentleman, Bakajika, in 1963, in June 1966, which is also happening to be the month, at the end of this month, for Independence Day for DRC. In June 1966, I would like to say this is a free translation from French. That guy in 1966, under the circumstances of being the land being owned by foreign powers, and you know in 1960 we had a lot of upheaval, if I can say. The country almost exploded and got divided. So he said that free translation, the DRC was to take full free disposition of all the rights to its land, forest, and mining conceded before 1960. That was maybe the start of all the trouble we're having now. So I cut it short to come to the history of property identification. In the modern era today, we have a problem, like you can see on the in the pictures of archives. When the archives, when we have records, and we have only few of them, they are in this condition of actually that room over there. I've been in it. Some of my friends have been in it. After 10 or 15 years, when they open that room, they find snakes in the room. They had nests. That's how useful that room was. Nobody was using it, and everything was up and down. So that tells you that all the records were kept in poor state. And we didn't have really ways to find records. Myself, I have experienced that when I became minister 8 months ago. I didn't find any records. They were all gone, or they were kept by private individuals, because there was no equipment, so people were bringing their own equipment, their own computer, keeping their own records, and taking them with them. So that shows you that we have a real struggle. Now, the people who are in charge of actually going around and collecting data. In Kananga, I believe there's 3 or 4 trained agents in a city of 1,600,000. 3 or 4 trained agents and their buddies that they train themselves who are in charge of collecting all the information going around, and you can imagine how that collection will be. There will be absolutely no way to double check them, and it gives way to collusion, to corruption, and gives way to obvious problems. Then we move on, because I realize time being a factor, some of the things I'll be taking on the question time. So the results of these identification challenges: only value and apply your true tax rate to less than 300 properties. So in a city of 1 million people, only 300 to 400 properties have been recorded. They are in the books, in registration books. So that 1% is the villas that are going to be taxed. For the rest, valued, applying fixed fees. Instead, that's set an imperfect solution. So many properties are undervalued and regressive tax system overall. So in other words, it's a big mess. Now the real project is now. The real project is, you can tell this is an association of the government and the project of LoGRI, and we are really welcoming them to come and help us in our own town. I think I jumped the current plan and project. There's another one they tell me. Okay, the current plan and project, systematic property identification. So now they want to go through neighborhoods, through roads, through places, so they can evaluate and have the number of houses and have the reality of the truth in as far as counting and evaluating all these places. I got 4 minutes left. They're showing me. The rest will take it on. So now this project will be providing some machine learning approach. This is something that has been designed by the team that's going to be working in Kananga, headed by Mr. Javier and John and I see Arthur. So they'll be coming in 1 week. They'll be descending on Kananga. This system is a system where they're using algorithm. So, and it's artificial intelligence, and they'll be feeding those machines with a program that will, with a very scientific approach, make sure that everything, all the parcels, all the properties are recorded through what we call aerial photography, cartography, coverage, and it will be something that will be a tool to review and correct even the machine, and to have the result that we wanted. Grant truthing has been explained already. That would be the human factor, people going around to check what the technology has given them, so the people can go around and double check and see if it's correct, if a tree is a tree, if a house is a house, if a toilet is a toilet, if a wall is a wall. I have 2 minutes. I'm going to conclude, but you can get me later. Hold on. So the conclusion, multiple challenges for property identification in Kananga, manual identification, inconsistency, risk of collusion, and then we try to improve all aspects using the insight and knowledge of the last Freetown campaign, because these guys were actually in Freetown and they're working out of there, and the experiment was very, very promising, and they're trying to bring it over in Kananga, and I'm glad and I'll be happy to have them over there. So we use all these to improve identification and thus valuation. So I am out of time, but I have to thank all the people who put me on the spot. In 1 week, I show them who's the real boss when they come down my country, because I lay the signature. They are the technician, they're the one who should have been here. Now they're laughing at me. But they'll be helping me answer all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Lucky, and I looked out.
Thank you so much. I think we can give him another big hand of applause. Being his first time, I think has managed to be within the allocated time. If there are so many questions, issues, then we can use them in the Q&A session. So thank you. It's now time to move to the next presentation. But before we do that, I think the key thing that we have seen in the case of DRC and where it's coming from is that there are basically no records to depend on in terms of taxation. 300 out of over 1 million people, that's like there is nothing. So there is a lot of work to be done there. There is a big challenge in terms of property taxation. So let's move on to Lamine. Lamine again will be, I think, giving us some of the identification systems that they are using. In terms of who Lamine is, as we said, Lamine is the Deputy Director of Services, Head of GIS and Property Evaluation in Kaning Municipal Council. That's where? Country? Gambia, the Gambia. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, so Lamine is a Deputy Director of Services and Head of GIS, Kanifingi Municipal Council. He earned a BA in Architecture Planning at National Taipei University of Technology, that's Taiwan, where he completed an honors as well on Sustainable City Management in 2016. During the period 2014, he took in an international symposium on technology for sustainability, which was published. I think he has experience and enthusiasm on project management with track record and on successful implementation of customer strategies. I think I'll then give the floor to Lamin. Please, Lamin.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Today, my presentation is basically going to be focused on three main things. That is how our property rates are currently, how we are improving the rate system in Kanifing, and what we are doing. First and foremost, as Dr. rightly said, my name is Lamin Baji, Deputy Director of Services and Head of GIS. I came from the Gambia. Some people maybe they will know the capital city, Banjul. Kanifing is the only municipality in the country with a population of at least 500 people. The Gambia have a population of 2 million. It's a small country in West Africa, located in West Africa. Summary. Our rate system currently captures 35,000 properties. By that, in our system, the properties that we have all accounted for 35,000. We estimated that at least 40% of our annual revenue goes uncollected yearly, because the system that we have, most people don't come and do rates payment. Properties are identified in our system basically if people, property owners came to council and register by themselves. In 2019, we collected at least 86 million. That is approximately 1.9 million US dollar. Where residents, we've only get 15 million, and commercial, 28 million. Areas that people doesn't come and pay goes up to 22 million, while government owes us 2.1 million. So you can see it's a big challenge for us. People don't want to pay rates. The challenges we are facing in the rate collection in our municipality, out of the 35,000 properties we have, we realized that only 13,000 normally pays tax yearly. The 13,000 are the people who are basically have no arrears. So you can see out of the 25,000, almost out of the 25,000, less people turn out to come and pay. Why? So we feel that absence of street names and compound numbers is a big challenge for us, because the rate collectors normally find very tough to identify these properties within the municipality. Lack of map, municipal map, showing borders of the existing council. The Kanifing Municipal Council is surrounded by an area council called West Coast, but it is very difficult for some of our collectors to identify where the municipality ends. So we are working hard to go and get that one also, so that the collectors will know where the municipality ends, which property falls within the municipality, and which property doesn't fall within the municipality. We realized that also the sister council charges less amount of properties which also gave us problem. Because if we should told our property owners that this is the charges we are doing, they normally question us. How is it possible? The other area council is paying less. You people are paying high. So it's a big challenge for us as of now. Some of the properties within our municipality also are unvalued. So this also gave us problem. By that, we always gave them flat rate, that is, charge them a minimal amount. The impact. This lead council to fall on a high debt payment on property owners. Why? Because people don't pay. So if you see our municipality, we are slow in development projects. Because if, for example, we've budgeted for $1 million project, the project will not last, will not be completed. People don't pay. So in such, our roads, market infrastructure, street light, park development are very slow, very, very slow. It reduces unemployment rates within the municipality. It shows also low economic activities by the municipality, because the council always feels that it's supposed to produce more training facilities, such as skill centers, for the residents of the municipality. The council also feels that it's supposed to give microfinance supports to the women and youth, but still it cannot go through it because of low revenue it earns yearly. So our vision as a municipality, we wanted to go in for street addressing and compound numbering just to foster our services better. We've introduced a street naming committee and expand property rates, and we wanted to expand our rates from 8 million to 150 million come next 2 years. As I rightly said before, in 2019, we were able to collect 68.5 million, but we wanted to introduce a street naming with compound numbering so that we can identify more properties and increase our rates from 68 to 150 come next 2 years. And also, by doing that, we wanted to expand our license revenue and market revenue into the system, thus to reduce leakages. Because as of now, our system doesn't capture the license and market revenue. So we wanted also to integrate, to put in that system as we are doing in the rates, so that our revenue will go up. And also we wanted to value new structure so that we can go away from flat rate, that is charging less from the on value properties. This shows the municipalities map in the Gambia. So as I rightly said before, these are examples of street names that we wanted to do and number the compounds. So these are some of the examples that we are in. Basically, when we are doing this, we went, we were able to introduce a GIS system within the council. So that GIS unit is basically, they drone a drone image and took the whole municipality, come up with a municipal map. So these are some of the examples when we were doing those drone footings within the municipality. These are some of the examples when we were trying to link the properties that we took from the municipality so that we can be able to link the properties with the rate system. By linking them, we will know which property is paying, which property is not paying, or which property was not captured before. Because as I rightly said before, people don't want to come and register with us. So we are doing everything possible to capture all the 35,000 properties within the municipality. So these are some of the steps we are doing to capture those structures. That's the whole municipality. As of now, we've got the municipal map with all the boundaries between us, KMC, and the other council, that is West Coast. So the whole KM is divided into 19 wards, and which have been shown in the map. Currently, after getting this map, we also try to come up with some of the plus codes, that is Google plus codes, which really help us a lot. After integrating the plus codes with the map, we were able to get a total of 50,000 properties instead of 35,000 we thought we have in our system. So with the help of this GIS, now we realize that council have more than 35,000, instead we have 50,000. But still it's a challenge for us because some of those properties still now we are unable to identify the owners. With the plus code also, it will help us to navigate within the city so that we know each location of those properties that we've already get from the drone image. Also, with these plus codes, it helps us to link the property with our current system. So it really helps us to link the properties through GIS. And also, with these plus codes, we our debt collectors or our revenue collectors used to go through it to find some of the properties. Because for them, some of them, it's very difficult for them to locate the properties. But with the help of this plus code that we create and link it with the map, they will use it through their through Google Map, go into the municipality to locate some of the properties that they were unable to identify before. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lamin. Again, I think what I can say for this is that okay, sorry. Yeah, sure, thank you. I was saying that I think from the presentation from Lamini in the Gambia, it seems that the challenges that are there in terms of property taxation seem to be more or less similar, despite that we are coming from different countries. And we also note that I think the use of technology in the form of GIS, droning, whether it's satellite images, etc., it can help to improve the situation. I think that's what we are getting from Lamini. It's now time for Evan to finalize the presentation part. In terms of the bio for Evan, come on. So just a moment. Oh, the bio is running away. Yeah, I think so. I think because the other way is that you can, okay, yeah. So, Evan, I think for Evan has been a technical lead for the local government revenue initiative, I think July 2022. His projects are in Sierra Leone, where he has lived since 2021. He was previously the data manager at a Sierra Leonean research organization. Evan's prior experience includes 4 years of governance work in Honduras, where he worked for USAID and a local NGO, while also leading a small program for and is it at-risk youth? In addition to that, his other work includes the International Innovation Corps and an association of philanthropic foundations. Evan was born in Akron, Ohio. That's in the US.
Yes.
All right. He was an MPP. I don't know what MPP means, but then you can tell us. From the University of Chicago, Chicago Harris School of Public Policy, and undergraduate degrees from Penn State University. It's your time, Evan.
Thank you, Lucky. Thank you for that introduction. It's great to be here and to share about an approach to property identification that we've used in Sierra Leone, and to hear also from our colleagues and their approaches. So I will be talking about developing a digital spatial register of properties. But I think first it's important to explain that the property register is part of a larger property tax first approach that we use in Sierra Leone. And it's important to understand why we use that approach. Now the property tax, just so I don't go over, can we run the timer just so I know how much time I have? Thank you. So the property tax first approach is distinct from more traditional cadastre first approaches. The cadastre first approach requires that before taxing properties, the real estate cadastre must be established, including legally defining the real estate boundaries and owners. Now there are certainly advantages to a cadastre first approach, but I want to address how the cadastre first approach poses major barriers to property taxation and effective decentralization. Now, number one is that the cadastre first approach is administratively complex, costly, and slow. It involves significant legal and regulatory complications. Number two, it can be politically contentious, especially in areas where you have customary authorities. Number three, it disempowers local governments and instead relies on a central local collaboration, which might not always be reliable. And number four, it creates disincentives to registration among property owners. And that's because those property owners can avoid taxation by not registering their properties. So this leads to constrained revenue potential, major inequities, it undermines trust, and it weakens decentralization. So in Sierra Leone, we have opted for a property tax first approach. This approach focuses on being comprehensive and accurate, while reducing the burden on local governments, reducing time requirements, and improving the chances of successful reform. So what are the differences that make this approach pragmatic? We don't establish legal land boundaries, but we map, address, and measure built properties using GIS and aerial imagery. We also directly tax buildings. This means that a property can be taxed without legally identifying an owner, but properties do have an associated contact, and that person does not have to be an owner. Now we think this approach can dramatically improve outcomes. It allows us to do rapid and complete property registers. It helps local governments by expanding their revenue raising, decision making, and autonomy. It strengthens incentives for land registration because you still must pay a property tax regardless of whether you've registered your land with the cadastre office. And then data from this property register can improve cadastres in urban planning. So now that we've discussed the reasoning behind the property first approach, let's look at the role of the digital spatial register in the approach. A register of properties is the foundation of a property tax system. When I'm thinking strategically, I find it useful to think of the 5 W's and the H. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. If we try to answer these questions for property identification strategy used in Freetown, we might say, who is the taxpayer? They are central to the system. What would be how many properties, and also the size of those properties, because that size impacts the amount that they owe. When is the data collection when the data collection occurs. So we are designing a system that promptly captures all buildings at the beginning of the reform and then can be continuously maintained. Where is the location of the properties? Why is to visit the properties for characteristic collection, to perform revenue projections, to deliver tax bills, to enforce payments and compliance, and all of these are still means to the end of providing better local services. And then the how is to do this in a way that facilitates a system that is fair, progressive, transparent, up-to-date, and accountable. To reach this how, we emphasize completeness and accuracy. So these would be our guiding principles. So now that we have the 5 W's and H for property registry, let's look at the challenges that Freetown faced in the reform, which are in the green text up here. So Freetown is the capital of Sierra Leone. Until 2019, Freetown operated under an obsolete manual property registry that it inherited from the colonial era. And these properties were only taxed if the owner was verified. The tax rates relied on the property sizes, but these measurements had to be made in the field. So this process was slow to verify. And as a result, there was only about 57,000 registered properties. The tax, it also relied on paper ledgers, and that hampered tracking of payments and arrears. Records were not being maintained. Some of them were decades old, some as far back as the 1980s. The location of properties were recorded as street addresses, but the addresses were often inaccurate, and accessing the properties often relied on the personal knowledge of council staff. The lack of accountability and accuracy in the register provided opportunities and incentives for city officials to collude with taxpayers and avoid paying higher rates. And since the database was not complete or accurate, the delivery was subjective and inconsistent. So only about 25 to 30,000 properties actually paid their taxes annually. So given the challenges that Freetown faced, the chosen solution was to develop a digital spatial register. Why? We have to make a digital address of each building. Lamin talked about this. This allows us to identify each individual building and its location. We'll also have to increase transparency and accountability. So we want to easily verify building locations and dimensions, and we want to keep track of when changes are made to these and by whom. We'll also gather location-based information that can be useful for urban planning and development purposes. If there's a serious desire to update the real estate cadastre, you can imagine how it would be very useful to have this data on properties and locations before pursuing those cadastre reforms. This systemic approach helps us reach those goals of completeness and accuracy. So let's look how we actually go about creating the property tax register, or creating the property register. Step 1 involves using aerial images to locate and measure the buildings. So quickly, what is aerial imaging? We've talked about it. Images that give a bird's eye view and allow us to see nearly all the properties in the area. We can also easily draw on top of these images to create the outlines of buildings and to calculate their two-dimensional surface area. Now, in Freetown, we created these outlines manually. Essentially, we identify each building on the aerial image, so that's the pink dot that you might be able to see here. And then, once each building is identified, we trace an outline of that building, which is the green line. But this does require it does not require extensive technical knowledge, but it can be labor intensive, and it can take quite a bit of time. In Freetown, we had about 170,000 buildings when all was said and done, and those were drawn manually. For those who are wondering about artificial intelligence and machine learning has already been mentioned, I encourage you to attend the Thursday workshop when we'll also go over technical details about identification. What I would briefly say is that there are exciting developments in AI, but I have not found a clear solution for incorporating AI into our work in Sierra Leone, at least not without substantial human review. So after we've located all the buildings in the city and traced their outlines, we have a new challenge. We need to uniquely identify and locate buildings. Location is particularly useful because city staff need to be able to navigate to properties in the register. The traditional approach is to use a street address, like 10 Downing Street. However, in Freetown, many roads lack names, and individually numbering each house requires significant urban planning, especially because it is difficult to preserve the sequential numbering of buildings. An alternative is to use open location codes, or OLCs. OLCs are a combination of letters and numbers that can describe any location on Earth. They were developed by Google, and sometimes they're known as Google Plus codes, which Lamine has also mentioned. They can be shortened to about 6 characters, so memorizing them is similar to memorizing a phone number. This image shows how plus codes have been used in India instead of traditional addresses. OLCs can be used with GPS applications. So for example, Google Maps can navigate to any OLC in the world, even without a data connection. And you can imagine how this would be useful for delivering property tax bills. Now, since we've attempted to record all the buildings in the Now that we've attempted to record all the buildings in the aerial image, let's see if the reality on the ground matches what was observed. And this is done with ground truthing. In Freetown, we sometimes have difficulty distinguishing rooftops due to overlying trees or overlapping rooftops. So in addition, we want to know, we want to be able to go out in the field and ground truth. We also want to know the total floor area of buildings. That requires knowing how many floors the building has. So remember, when we are just drawing the two-dimensional outline from the aerial image, we only get the two-dimensional outline. So for a building that has 2 floors, we would then multiply that surface area by 2. The solution to these challenges is ground truthing. Data collectors should physically visit the OLCs of the building and digitally collect the information about the buildings. In the field, the data collectors can note when a building outline is missing or incorrect. The data collectors can also collect other characteristics about the properties, which can be used along with the floor area to estimate the building's value. In Freetown, we also collect information from commercial buildings that can be used for issuing business licenses. The last step I want to talk about is maintaining the register. The challenge that we have, or the challenge here is that after we have built a comprehensive property register, buildings still continue to be added, changed, or demolished. The solution that we implemented in Freetown was to manage our register in software that allowed us to add or update building outlines, and for accountability, that software tracks when these changes are made and by whom. Then the location of the building is sent to a mobile application, and a city council staff can visit the property to perform ground truthing. So let's quickly look at the outcomes in Freetown. First, I want to show an example of a tax bill, or a rate demand notice. And this is automatically filled with information from the digital spatial register. The bill is addressed to the owner, but the name of the owner is not given. Instead, the name that is listed is the person that the property is in care of, though in this case I blocked out their name for privacy reasons. The bill has an address, but it also has the plus code, or the OLC. The ward is automatically detected based on the building's GPS location. You can also automatically detect if the building is in a central business district, an informal settlement, or other defined areas. During ground truthing, the data collector took a photo of the house, and this helps us during delivery and for building trust with the taxpayers. We also see that the roof line measure is included, and we see that the number of floors is included, which is 2. So the resulting total rateable surface area is listed, which is the roof outline multiplied by 2. Lastly, I want to highlight 2 encouraging outcomes to the reform efforts in Freetown. First is the increase of number of properties in the register. If you remember, the number of properties before the reform was about 57,000. After implementing the digital spatial register, the total was about 170,000. So this is about a 3-time increase. Secondly, revenue potential increased 5-fold, 5 times. Encouragingly, this was driven by previously undervalued, high-value properties, which are now paying a fairer share. So 70% of the revenue potential increase came from the quarter of properties that were most valuable. These are encouraging results in our pursuit, together with the Council of Freetown, of a property system that is more trusted and more fair. Thanks to everybody for listening. Thank you, as we say, or as they say in Creole in Sierra Leone. And if anybody would like to talk to me more about this during the conference or afterwards, you are encouraged to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evan, for that interesting presentation. Again, can I ask for another hand for the presenters before we can move on? I think from the last presentation, again, it does emphasize on the challenges that are there when you are using basically manual systems. And then from there, the presenter has also shown us that there are some techniques that you can use to improve the system. By using IT, you have different techniques that you can use. The only thing is that in this case, there is also, instead of starting with registering the properties, they are saying let's start with a taxation of the property and then the rest can come afterwards. With that, I think it's time now that we can have some questions to the presenters or comments thereafter. In that case, I think we have about 15 minutes to do that. We are supposed to finish by 10 to 6, unless it's so interesting that we can move forward. So I see a hand from the lady. What we expect from those posing questions, that you introduce yourself, where you are from, and then also to whom are you addressing the question. But as I said at the beginning, please be brief and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name's Rosemary Ndeleki Kombe, a Mrs. from Zambia. I think my questions, they are cross, so any of the panelists can be able to give me the answers. I was wondering from the last presentation that this is conducted without the linked or the cooperation with other department in other ministries. For instance, the survey department, Minister of Lands and Local Authority. I don't know whether that land identification or property identification is just done at the council level. Because what I understand, wherever there is a property, whether it's located in the district or town councils or at the city councils, there's some department that are involved. So I don't know whether the identification is done in the cooperation with the other department. For instance, survey department, the planning department, and then the ministry level, and at the provincial level. That is one. Number two, I was wondering, what would be your advice where it comes to, we are all experiencing the urbanization of mostly of urban areas, and most of what was previously zoned as residential locations, they are becoming like mixed use or mixed use, commercial, residential, and some resources, for instance, like Lusaka, where they are informal areas, now they have become formal, meaning what was informal become formal, and in some cases, what was formal has become informal, in the sense that the formal identified land parcel with numbered has been invaded or maybe subdivided into higher densified area. For instance, from the low density to higher density area. So I don't know what will be your advice or what will be your comment when it comes to land identification vis-a-vis the property taxation? Thank you.
And then next it will be that I've noted you.
Thank you, all the presenters. Mine, I'm just comments, I think, across all the presenters. I'll start with the Honorable Minister and also the presentation from Sierra Leone. I think basically on machine learning. It's a very important tool to use to detect properties. Yeah, but I think the challenges that we are mentioning can also be reduced when you use additional issues. You are using algorithms, but over and above that also, you need to use what they call remote sensing. You take the same images that you have laid across your area, then you need to do processing of the images. They have to be very clear. You can do resizing, removing noise, normalizing the pixels, georeferencing, because most of you, I think, have taken about the drones. Now, the drones, you need to refine them. You need to georeference to ensure that your data is at par with maybe government records. So there'll be a lot of georeferencing. And the other issues, just to ensure that the images are accurate. But what I'm trying to say is, when I was looking at the image from Katanga, is it Katanga? Yeah. It is so clear. But if that one was superimposed with the image from Gambia, or rather from Sierra Leone, where there are so many rooftop disturbances, then you may need to use also remote sensing. To cut the long story short, machine learning should engage a lot of things. What you have presented, but also remote sensing, you use the force colors to ensure that if there is a roof, there's a trick of shadowing a house, the force colors will detect that there's a roof underneath there, and the color of the roof maybe will be like, let's say, yellow. The color of the tree will be maybe pink, something like that. The point is that you're going to differentiate the two. So you'll be home and dry at the end of the day. You won't have the change that you're talking about. Now, there's a lot that we can talk about that, but there's also reclassification. There's so many things. But anyway, that's for another day. Another point that I would like to also comment on is on the point, I think, from the issue from the Gambia. You have used both, I think it was Sierra Leone. But the Gambia, I think, I've only used the delineation of the property, like digitizing. But I would like to comment both the Gambia and the Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, you have used both the point format and also the digitization. They are both good ways, but it's tedious. If you are doing it for informal settlements, the best is to use the point form. Because what we need to know is where that particular property is located. I don't think you'll be worried that this informal settlement, this one is bigger than this one. You may normally have maybe like a universal figure for such kind of an areas. I think someone also did a presentation in the morning. You may concentrate on the digitization of the properties when you are in informal areas where there's a high density area, these well-planned areas where we can do, which will help that information when you're doing the valuation. But if you're just looking for where the structure is, the endpoint, I think, will be okay. But once again, you're using the drones, a lot of georeferencing will be needed there as well. Now, further to that, I think the point that our colleague from Zambia raised, I agree with 100%. There is a lot of reclassification in our areas, where an area was delineated to be a high-income area with the properly planned houses. But with the passage of time, find that people are subdividing that, then it also is a cause for concern when you're doing the valuation. But what I would like to assist on that one is that
sorry, I think in the interest of time, please, Katja, we can talk. I think you can talk with the presenters on the sidelines as well.
Oh, okay,
yeah, so that we also give a chance to the others.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Merci. Tossou Géraud de la République du Bénin. Je voudrais remercier tous les panélistes pour la qualité de leur présentation. M'adressant aux panélistes provenant de la Gambie, j'ai noté qu'un accent particulier a été mis sur l'identification des propriétés foncières. Et il est laissé libre choix aux propriétaires de prendre contact avec les collectivités locales l'impôt se fait identifier et ainsi on peut les rattacher aux propriétés foncières. Je pense que cette façon de faire crée beaucoup de manque à gagner pour les administrations fiscales, puisque si on identifie une propriété foncière et même si on évalue le montant de l'impôt à payer, il n'y a pas un répondant qui va payer cet impôt, je pense qu'il y a un problème. Et ma préoccupation, du moment où on a utilisé la technologie pour identifier les propriétaires foncières, est-ce qu'il y a des solutions pour pouvoir identifier les propriétaires et les rattacher aux biens fonciers? Ou bien, quelle stratégie peut-on mettre en place pour encourager les propriétaires à se faire reconnaître auprès des instances qui sont habilitées afin qu'on rattache les propriétés foncières aux propriétaires? Merci.
I think you got that, Lamin. You got that? Okay. I think we have about 4 questions, so we can add 2, and then the speakers will take them. I think I saw his hand earlier, and then next to you it will be you.
My name is Des Shilabucha. I'm a tax administration advisor, short-term expert with the IMF and the UNCDF. So I just want to comment on what Ivan has just presented because it is very relevant. It's very relevant to our situation in Kenya. If you ask my other colleagues from Nairobi County Government, because we have, if you come to the classification of property taxes, we have now the stamp duty and the capital gains tax, which are collected nationally by the KRA. So the compliance rates for these 2 taxes is quite high, simply because of 2 reasons. One, maybe the compliance mechanisms used by the KRA, and also the incidence of that tax falling due to the taxpayer, because they are normally applied when you transfer property. So when you transfer property, for you to get the title, you must pay that tax. So that one you cannot escape. But now when it comes to the taxes that are now administered by the county governments, majorly now the land rent and the rates. So these taxes are, the compliance rates are very low. Even Shaban will agree with me, because only those who voluntarily pay are the ones who go to pay. From his presentation, you could see that all properties have been mapped, and the owners will get now those assessments through maybe the register for properties. For Nairobi, even me as a taxpayer for a resident, I don't think I've never received an assessment for land rent or rates. Actually, you can only pay those when you are transferring that property. That's now when you are told you have to clear land rates and rent. So it is something, maybe, I don't want to preempt what Shaban will present maybe tomorrow, but that is a very good thing of actually identifying properties and actually increase compliance, because land rent and rates are a gold mine when it comes now to revenue for our county governments.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question from him.
Thank you. I'm from the tax administration in Cameroon, Mondo. I was really interested with the experience of Gambia and Sierra Leone, but I wanted to know what is the cost of the system you have put in place as compared to the revenue collected after putting the system? Was it really efficient? And the second question, the last question is for Sierra Leone. When observing the system, I wanted to, just after the colleague who pointed out the lack of link between what you are doing and the others administration, especially when it concerns the non-build-on properties. I mean, to identify those non-build-on properties. How did you manage to do this, to solve this problem? Thank you.
So much. We'll then ask the presenters to react to those questions. Depending on the time that we have or how we agree, we may take another set of questions or we might have to curtail the discussion. Presenters, who is taking the first question? Maybe Your Honorable. But please be so brief with your answers because the time is almost gone.
Check. 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 Is it working? All right, it's working now. My answer will be short because none were addressed to me. But what I would like to say, like a politician, I wanted to invite my friends from LoGRI to come down to Kananga and set up the experiences they have gone through in Gambia and in Sierra Leone. They'll be more than welcome. I'm representing the political will. I'm representing the decision makers. So when you have a bunch of people coming together, when you have like a think tank like this type of organization, when they come up with brilliant ideas like they've shown, we, the government, we get behind them, we support them, we encourage them, and we are willing to come and have them set the system for us because we do have a low income, local revenue. Having said that, because some of the people talk about money, I would like to have the approach as being a finance minister. When I came in, 80 to 90% of my job has nothing to do with finances. 80 to 90% of my job has to do with discipline, rigor, has to do with getting the untouchables. When I came in the office, we had about 14 to 15 people belong to the revenue tax office. They were arrested and not thrown in jail, but put in front of a court to be answering about their behavior, which was not conform to open and transparent kind of revenue agency. I'm trying to be polite here because there were a bunch of thieves basically, and so that's what I did. And I can tell you that the numbers now, 8 months that I've been a finance minister, we have made in 8 months more than the last 10 years in Kananga. So that's why I'm saying discipline, rigor, knowing to put the right people in the right place. That's more the aspect I wanted to approach, that we have to have absolutely a strong, very strong approach against corruption, collusion, people who are using public funds to enrich themselves. I know maybe the weaker side of technicality has been really pronounced, but I can assure you, in my province, everybody knows that we won't put up with people who are not using the monies that I have to go to the people and serve the people and have projects for them, roads, hospitals, and all kinds of things. And these people are using them to buy cars, houses, and have a life that is based on theft. So that was my biggest approach and my biggest impact. I'd like to thank the John Kabeya who came with it. This is the guy who knows all the bolts, who knows all the technical approach, and he's been helping out. He's the number 2 of the agency, but he's a guy that we rely on, and we're going to work with the other people. Thanks.
From his response, I think the most important thing is that I think from the political side, there is need to have good political will to support the reforms that are necessary. It's important to fight corruption so that the monies that are realized from property taxation should be used rightly. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that. Lamin?
Yeah, basically, I think I have 2 questions directly to answer. The other third one is almost a broad question to all of us. I will start with the one from Cameroon. Now the effectiveness of the system since we started this GIS program. I can tell you it is very impressive, and the system is working with us, because as of 2019 to 2022, we were at 68.5 million what we collected. But for 2022, we were able to collect 108 million. So the system is really working. This is why we are projecting, before we are done with this system by 2025, our revenue will go up to 150 million. It's definitely working with us. For the one that was asking whether the linking of the properties will, how will that be effective if we didn't know the owner of the properties? Linking of the properties to the system is one step. The other one is after identifying the property, then you should try to know who the property owner is. But by identifying the property owner, that comes to the involvement of the government. So by that I mean we do the linking, identify the property. If the property is value and still we didn't know the owner, we will just publish it and paste it in the property owner. So the law says that every property owner should pay. If you don't pay, within 5 to 10 years, the council have the right to get that property. So whenever you didn't turn out to council to identify yourself, we will publish that the property owner situated in that location is not identified. And for that being the case, the council have the right to take the property. So by that, the property owners normally come and identify themselves. The last one, that is from Zambia. Basically, for us at council level, we are working with Department of Lands and the Ministry of Local Government. But to be frank with you, at the ministry level, we have so many challenges when it comes to valuation of properties. We really have so many challenges based on reason known to themselves. Because for us at local level, we think without revenue, we cannot develop our council. But for them, most of them base their ideas on politics, political will. So it's a big challenge, to be honest with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lamin, for the answers. I'm sure he has responded to the questions posed. Everyone, please take the questions that were forwarded to you.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to answer these in order, and I apologize if I don't if I didn't entirely interpret the question correctly. But so, Ms. Rosemary from Zambia, you asked about other government agencies, central government involvement in this process. So it was very intentional in Freetown that the city would lead this process, and that what we were aiming to collect was the built properties, the number of buildings and their locations. We weren't trying to legally say that this building belongs to somebody. We weren't trying to demarcate the land. We were just trying to say this is the number of buildings in the city, and also we can, now that we know the locations of the buildings, we can go out and collect information about them, including their characteristics to value them. One of the things that we collected when we went out were the person who, if there was somebody there over the age of 18 who could be reached, we would ask their name and ask what their relationship was to the building. And they could self-report as the owner or as a tenant, a caretaker, other roles. But that did not have a legally binding significance. So in that sense, it wasn't that the Ministry of Lands or anybody else was really had to be involved with this data, because we weren't doing anything that officially said that this building belonged to that person. We were building the database that we could then use to deliver the tax bill. You know, the tax bill, the rate delivery, or the RDN, that kind of belonged to the building, but we weren't necessarily focused on you know, the establishing a legal cadastre. Now that said, if the central government was interested in, you know, collaborating to do an analysis of like how service provisions could be improved in the city by saying, hey, you know, city council, you have information about which buildings in the city have access to water. You have information about which buildings in the city have clean paved roads, things like this. We can then use that, or we can use, you know, building density information. There's tons of geospatial information that we collected as a byproduct that we would, I think, we would hope that the central government might be able to come and find that useful, but we weren't necessarily, there wasn't necessarily an effort to collaborate with the there wasn't necessarily, the central government didn't have to be involved in the actual building of the registry. Okay, yes. And regarding informal areas and formal areas, yeah, I mean, we are, you know, it's important that the registry is able to be updated, and you know, in Freetown we have this issue as well. You even have the issue where the informal areas are expanding because they build, they expand further out into the water each year, and you know, what I would just say is one important thing about our register is that anytime somebody would make a change in the register to change a building from being inside of an informal settlement to not, that is always logged who made that change and when. Because you can imagine if a building gets ticked from not in an informal settlement to being in an informal settlement, that would lower the value of the building. So you have to be careful that there's accountability mechanisms in the system you're using when you're working in those areas. Machine learning, I suppose the question of machine learning and AI, what I would say is it would be tremendous if if we found a system that could be used in Sierra Leone to entirely or to accurately map every building completely, then that would be it's something we would certainly welcome using. That said, I think there is an important ethos around this, that when you kind of the model or the approach we're trying to use. We would like it to be accessible enough that another city could take it on and do it themselves without necessarily having extreme technical skills. And you might, to implement a machine learning model in your city, that would require, having a lot of technical capacity available to you versus, the manual drawing of the polygons that can be done with a relatively low technical capacity. And it's something that's accessible to a lot of cities and municipalities. It also, well, I won't expand on that too much, but yeah, I would say that I think that's one point I would make to that, and also, there's positive byproducts to hiring local people, getting them involved in the process, especially local young people at the university, applying their skills in this procedure, and you have to also think about if there are errors from the machine learning approach, maybe it's 90, 95, maybe it's 80% accurate. That is still a lot of people who could potentially be coming in to your appeals office and appeals desk afterwards. And are you willing to make that trade-off of a relatively quick mapping and then maybe dealing with the appeals that would come afterwards? Linking properties to owners. I think somebody brought up a good point about using the point of when a property is transferred, using that to update your tax register. I think that's a very good point. Yes. Yeah, I think that those would be the responses I would offer. Yeah, thank you. I hope that was at least somewhat helpful.
All right. Thank you so much, Evan. I think we can give them a big hand for the presentation of the questions. I think I know that we have so many questions to ask because property identification is quite a challenging area, and I can see that the interest is still there. That's why we are still here. But looking at the time, we don't have any more time to do that. But luckily, I think from tomorrow, the sessions that are there will still be handling on this. And possibly, we have some technical sessions which some of you are going to attend. I'm sure that your questions that are still there could be addressed in those coming sessions. So let me thank you for your contributions. Let me thank the Honorable, let me thank Lamin, and let me thank Evan. Thank you, everyone. And we are sorry that we have taken a bit late to over 6 o'clock, but I'm sure that we have gained something. Thank you so much to everyone, and have a good evening.